bidder. So this is the opportunity to get in ground floor on this coin. Because don't forget, what we're doing here is a photograph, because this coin has yet to arrive at our doorstep. But we can guarantee that you will be part of 1,000, well, more than 1,000, because we're letting folks right now, and this is probably going to be the only opportunity to do this, to purchase up to 25 of these coins, to put these away, because if ever there was a coin that deserves to be put away, this is the coin. 35 years in the making. A retiring reverse that was done by the father of the reverse of the American Silver Eagle, John Mercanti, just the 12th chief engraver at the U.S. Mint. He started at the U.S. Mint in 1974. And John Mercanti retired in 2010. The original John Mercanti reverse that he crafted in the very beginning of the program in 1986 has graced the reverse of this dollar since that time. No more. This is the final issue. So no wonder the coin sold out in record time. No wonder over 327,000 of these coins went like that. Now, as I was saying, we have the highest attainable grade and designation for these coins. A perfect proof 70 ultra cameo, that black and white contrast that you see displaying on the coin is the cameo, in this case ultra cameo, and it is the highest designation. So you're getting the finest quality attainable. There will be no higher quality or higher grade. Collectors all over the world have come to get this coin. This is groundbreaking. This has never happened before. Over 500 million mint state Silver Eagles have been issued. And I just want to give you a little idea of the staggering amount of coins as a total and per year. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because these are the coins by which collectors have gravitated to, have bought right off the bat, have put into complete collections. Now, these are mint states. The amazing amount of these coins that have been struck at the U.S. Mint and shipped out, over 500 million coins. There are millions of collectors for these coins. And so many collectors are compiling complete collections that this coin, now what we're talking about here is a proof. I'm illustrating just how many millions and millions of collectors there are by showing you some of the mintages of the business strikes, which has become so collectible themselves. And I want to show you also the collector's versions. Now, you remember I mentioned that over 27 million of these special coins that are struck a minimum of 2 times, and the mint goes above and beyond to create the ultimate silver dollar. And I want you to take a look. Every year, collectors order directly from the U.S. Mint, and take a look at the amount of coins that collectors are purchasing of these silver dollars every year. But something that will never be able to be said again for these type 1s. That 2021 W proof with a mintage of 327,440 gone in one day. If that doesn't tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, nothing will. And we have them. You're going to want to get 30 or 40 of these. There's a limit of 25. This is very important. If you buy a single coin, if you buy a deal of 5 or you buy a deal of 10, you will receive this unbelievable book. This book was authored by John Mercanti. Miles Standish contributed as well. There's a foreword that was written by Michael Reagan, and one of our great friends of the show as well, a great coin philosopher. And this book has the entire history of this great silver dollar. And this book will take you through the creation, through the striking, through the design, through the stories, just some of the great work that was done by John Mercanti. It just has everything. And this is complimentary with every single order that is placed. If you buy a single coin, the lot of 5 or 10, you're going to get this great book. Finally, this coin comes with an exclusive label. And this is a big deal, folks, because RCTV is the only company with this exclusive label that is autographed by John Mercanti and features artwork that was derived from a sculpture of Ronald Reagan that John Mercanti did himself. So it all ties in. Ronald Reagan, the father of the American Eagle program. John Mercanti, the designer of the heraldic eagle reverse. The final issue in this 35-year series ends right now on this show with this coin. So don't miss out. $379 for a single entity. And also don't forget, this is a pre-sale. You will receive your coins in about 30 days' time. But one thing you will be guaranteed, you're locked in. No matter what happens, you are guaranteed a perfect Proof 70 issue, or 5 of them, or 10 of them, or a total of 25 of them for a great price. So last time, last call, $379 and a book for a single issue. 5 coins, $1,875. That's $375 a coin. You could split that into 2 equal payments. You also get the great book. And for a lot of 10, the price drops to $369 per coin. Per coin. $36.90 for 10 coins, and you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,845. And you will get a book there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been a historic day in numismatics. If you don't get this now, there's a great chance, especially for the price that we're selling at, you will not get one at all. Because remember, 1,800 coins per second went out the door at the U.S. Mint. We were in line. We got them. We got some. Don't miss out. Don't wait, because they are going. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Stay tuned for more great coins. And wow! What else can you say? Wow! Thank you for watching.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Began collecting. It was on a June summer day. I remember it well. The school year had just ended, just finished 4th grade. So I was in a very good mood, folks. No school for almost 3 months. 10 years old, sitting at the kitchen table, and my dad walked in with a small cardboard box. Something was rattling inside that box. And without saying a word, he opened the box and dumped the contents onto the kitchen table. All sizes of coins clanked onto the table. I began looking at them. They were very old. Some struck in the 1940s. Some dated 1890s. And I didn't recognize any of them. I thought they were foreign coins. But as I studied every coin had the words United States of America, liberty, in God we trust. They were old American coins that my dad had pulled from circulation back when he was a kid. Wow, I was mesmerized. It was almost as if these old coins were magical. But there was one $50 in that box that really caught my eye. It was a $50. I didn't know what it was called at the time. It was dated 1941. I was mesmerized by the beauty of this coin, this beautiful image of liberty. It seemed like the perfect marriage of beautiful art with great American symbolism and meaning. This incredibly inspirational image struck with liberty striding across the landscape, her hand outstretched, the sun rising ahead of her, draped in the American flag. And then on the reverse, the American eagle, standing on a perch, its wings outstretched. I thought this was the most stunning, beautiful coin I had ever seen. Well, I started my coin collection that day, folks. I bought coin books to build collections. I've got a couple of those books with me today that I've kept all these years. One of the books was Jefferson Nichols from 1938 to 1961. This is my original book. And I remember showing this in a previous presentation, and because it was, about 50 years old, when I opened it up, because of the weight of the nickels, well, the book ripped apart. But I was pretty successful with this Jefferson Nickel book. I found a lot of the dates. I didn't find the rare dates in here, the dates with mintages of 13 million. I never found a 1950D, which is on the next page, which had a mintage of only 2.6 million. Here's another book I was a lot less successful with. I loved the Buffalo nickels, but the Buffalo nickels, there was a big problem because when you found them, the date was usually worn away. You couldn't tell what date they were. So most of my Buffalo nickels were some of these later dates, and I never found any of these other coins. Now, the Walkers, I bought a Walker book. And that's what this coin I found out was called. It was called the Walking Liberty $50. The complete set, 65 coins in the Walking Liberty $50 series. But I never did find a Walking Liberty $50 and change in any of the rolls I bought at the bank. And this 1941D struck in Denver. If you flip it around, you can see where the mint mark is on these later Walking Liberty $50. It's around 8 o'clock by the rim. There's a small, tiny D for Denver. Now, if you ever were fortunate to find a Walking Liberty $50, it was typically from the 1941 to 1947 era, the last Walking Liberty $50 that were struck. A survivor from the 1930s, those are much rarer. And pre-1930, in that era, folks, it's that era. The Walking Liberty $50 struck from 1916 to 1929. 1916 was the first year the Walking Liberty $50 was struck, designed by Adolph Weinman. It's these earliest Walking Liberty $50 from this earliest era that makes this collection especially magical. Today, I'm able to offer the complete 65 coin collection. Now, we've taken one of these books apart to show you each of the pages. Every date and mint mark of the Walking Liberty $50 series. This is a monumental collection with extraordinary, absolute rarity. Quite often we give presentations on coins that have condition rarity. They'll be very, very high-grade coins. For example, American Silver Eagles will typically offer in Mint State 69 grade or even MS 70 or Proof 70 grade, the finest possible condition. But there's another kind of rarity, which I rarely get to offer. And those are coins with absolute rarity, coins that are rare in any condition. The greatest example, of course, is the 1913 Liberty nickel. Only 5 were struck. So that if you found one, even the lowest quality example, it's worth in the millions and millions of dollars. And there are many other examples that have tremendous absolute rarity, which I will be showing you in just a few minutes. But this Walking Liberty half-dollar collection, folks, and I've got one of these books here. A 65 coin collection is substantial. This book is heavy. It's several pounds. To have these coins in this select condition in grades from good up to very fine, this series is considered by many collectors to be the most beautiful and inspirational silver half-dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. And it's the last half-dollar with the inspirational image of liberty gracing its obverse. So beautiful was this design that the Mint resurrected it in 1986 for the American Silver Eagle series. And this original design is a major reason for the tremendous popularity of the modern American Silver Eagle series. But these walkers you see here, and the condition you see these coins, especially the earliest dates, offer so much rarity, folks. These coins have it all. The Walking Liberty half-dollar will forever be a uniquely American classic. It was first struck in 1916, a year before our country entered World War I. It was last struck in 1947, 2 years after the conclusion of World War II. The entire series, 65 silver half-dollars, every date and mint mark, and most importantly, a series loaded with dates offering tremendous absolute rarity at the most collector-friendly price, folks. This is a collection that offers you, your family, the greatest long-term potential. There's so much history, so much beauty, so much rarity. It's such a great collector-friendly price. It's a classic. I have wanted to make a presentation on this set of United States half-dollars for several years, but I was restrained by the fact that I was not able to assemble enough of these complete sets. What good would it do to make an informative 30-minute presentation on a collection of coins when I only have 3 or 4 sets to offer? What makes the Walking Liberty half-dollar series so special is that very few were originally struck. Many were struck over 100 years ago. And not many people collected coins 100 years ago, or even 70 years ago. Coin collecting really began to expand in popularity in the 1950s, when a new American middle class was growing and emerging in our society, who could afford to pursue their interests, their passions. And collecting old and sometimes very rare United States coins has been exploding in popularity ever since. Folks, let's just briefly look at some of these coins, beginning with the earliest dates, the ultra-rare low mintage issues. 1916, Philadelphia Mint, they only struck 608,000 coins. These coins were heavily used in commerce. All are going to be in really nice, good condition or better. You'll be able to see the date. Undamaged, these coins won't be cleaned. Beautiful, original Walking Liberty half-dollars. And the next date, the 1916 D. Now, in those early years, they put the mint mark on the obverse below In God We Trust. And so you see the D right there, right below In God We Trust. And the 1916 S, same thing with the San Francisco mint mark. And then we go to the year 1917. 1917 was the highest mintage year of all the Walking Liberty half-dollars struck before 1934. 1917, they struck 12 million Walking Liberty half-dollars, which by modern standards is minuscule. But for that time, it was huge. If there was one coin on this first page you could call sort of a common date, it would be the 1917. But then the next coin, the 1917 with the D on the obverse, they only struck 765,000 coins. And most interestingly, there were 2 Denver Mint issues that year, because they also struck the 1917 with the Denver Mint mark on the reverse at 8 o'clock. And that coin had a mintage of 1.9 million. And they did the same thing for the San Francisco minted issues. in 1917. They had the San Francisco mint mark on the obverse. Only 952,000 struck with the mint mark on the obverse. Tremendously rare. And then they had the 1917 with the mint mark on the reverse. Now after that, the mint mark was always on the reverse at 8 o'clock near the reverse rim. 1918, 1918D, 1918S. Then you have 1919, only 962,000 struck. 1919D, 1.1 million struck. Now here's the thing, folks. I usually stress condition rarity when I sell coins. When we're talking about Morgan dollars, when we're talking about most half dollars, American Silver Eagles, I stress condition rarity. But in the Walking Liberty half collection, if you're talking about condition rarity, the coins are a small fortune. A 1919D, just this one coin in Mint State 65, just this one coin can sell for over $200,000 just for that one date. A complete set in Mint State 65 could cost you in the millions. There is so much rarity in these coins I have for you today, folks. There is so much upside potential at the price I have this set at. And I haven't even gotten to the rarest dates in this set. We have the 1920P, 1920D and S, and then those three magical issues, the 1921P, 1921D, and 1921S. The 1921P, folks, had a total mintage of only 246,000 coins. Again, struck for commerce. Few have survived today. The 1921D, 208,000. And the 21S, 548,000 coins. Now, I'm not going to go into the rest of the set, but I hope I've given you an idea of the rarity of these coins. Here's a really interesting chart. It compares the mintage of the 1964 Kennedy half dollar in Mint State. Just for that 1 year, 1964, the Mint struck 429 Kennedy half dollars in Mint State. For the entire Walking Liberty half dollar series, all 65 dates, barely more than the 64 Kennedy. For the entire series, only 484 million coins. But the bulk of those mintages for the Walkers are in the last years of the series, the 1940s. Here's a list of all the Walking Liberty half dollars struck in order of their mintage of the date they were struck from 1916P. And you can see in those early years they had many coins with mintages below $1 million and many coins below $2 million in total mintage. Again, these were not proof coins. They were struck for commerce and they were heavily used in commerce. There are very few survivors. But then you get to the second page. And what you'll notice on that second page, once you get into the late 30s and early 1940s, how the mintages really began to increase. Like that 1941D, that first Walker I ever got, had a mintage of 11 million. 41P before it, over 24 million. 42P, 47 million. 43P, 53 million. So most of the Walking Liberty half dollars struck in mint state condition were struck in the last 7-8 years of the series. So here's what I've done to make the series really understandable to you if you're a novice to collecting or a novice to Walking Liberty half dollars. I've got the 1941 to 1947 years. I've called it the high mintage years in the series. This is when the Walkers were struck in the greatest numbers, when you had the highest number of survivors. There are 20 dates in mint marks. 5 of the dates have mintages over 20 million. And there at the very bottom, these last years are common to scarce in absolute rarity. They're pretty easy to find in circulated condition. Even so, even though these are the most common dates, these coins have appreciated tremendously over the last several years. They used to be available for $4 or $5 a coin in circulated condition. Now they're around $20 to $30 a coin. And these are the most common Walking Liberty half dollars. But then we get to the second era that preceded these high mintage years. From 1933 to 1940, again, this was during the Great Depression. There was not a tremendous need for half dollars for commerce at that time. So the mintages were much lower than the years that followed. A lot of coins had mintages over 1 million, 2 million, some 3 million. Very low mintages. 36p, the highest mintage, about 12 million. So these coins are scarce to very scarce in their absolute rarity. And then you have part one of the set. I call it the low mintage early era, folks, when they were struck in very small numbers up through 1929. They were struck intermittently. The mint missed many years. They didn't strike any half dollars in 1922, 1924, 25, 26, or 1930, 31, or 32. And with the exception of 2 years, 1917 and 1918, yes, they had mintages well under 10 million coins. And very few survivors in the condition you see these coins in these sets. These are all very scarce to very rare in their absolute rarity. That's what I want to emphasize at the very bottom. They're all very scarce or to very rare in their absolute rarity. To give you an idea of how truly undervalued these coins are, I've got this one final comparison for you. In this chart, I've taken some of the rarest coins, United States coins from the late 19th, early 20th century, with the lowest mintages with tremendous absolute rarity, like the 1893S Morgan dollar. Only 7,000 of the 93S, the 1889 CC Morgan dollar. 1916D Mercury dime, 9,500 coins, the rarest of all Mercury dimes in any condition. The 1916 piece Standing Liberty Quarter, the rarest Standing Liberty Quarter, around 2,000 coins. A minuscule mintage of only 52,000 coins. Look how few have been certified of those 4 extremely rare issues. And now we look at these early Walking Liberty half dollars with these very low mintages. The total number certified by PCGS in all grades. 1920D, just over 1,000 coins. 23S, around 1,100 coins. 19P, 1,100 coins. You go on down the list, folks. It's not until you get to that 1917P, the most common coin from that era with the highest mintage, where you have over 4,000 coins certified. So you have this entire page, all these Walking Liberty half dollars with tremendous absolute rarity. And the best part is the price. Because if you go shopping around for any of those 4 coins you see at the top of the page, for example, the 93S Morgan dollar, here's one, good details, damaged. It's been improperly cleaned. The lowest possible condition, it's still over $2,000. Here's another 93S. It's scratched. Fine condition, over $8,000 for a damaged 1893S. The 1916D Mercury dime, only 264,000 coins struck. PCGS has certified around 9,400 examples. Here's one AG3, not even good condition, very heavily worn. It's still $1,400. That's about the lowest possible grade. Here's one in better condition, very good condition. It's around $2,200. Here's one, fine but details. It's been cleaned. It's $3,000. And again, this is a coin. It's very, very rare. The key date in the Mercury dime series. But there are so many Walking Liberty half dollars of greater rarity. And finally, we have the 1916 piece Standing Liberty Quarter. One of the great rarities of the 20th century, only around 2,000 certified. Here's one in poor 01 condition. You can barely read the date. It's the lowest possible grade, poor 01, and it's still over $2,600. You want one in a little better condition? Here's a VG. It's $6,000. This is why I love this collection so much, because there are so many dates in the Walking Liberty half dollar series that have so much absolute rarity, greater absolute rarity than so many coins out there that cost a lot more. It's like you're buying this collection for pennies on the dollar. I mean, there are coins, a couple dozen coins, with greater rarity than a lot of those tremendous rarities that I just showed you. Now, there are 65 different dates and mint marks. I'm not going to show you comps of all 65, but let's just start with the last year they were struck. 47p, similar condition to the example we have in the set. It's $22. Here's a 47D, $20. Highest mintage Walker in the entire series, the 43p. Here's one, it's heavily worn, very heavily worn. It's still a $15 coin, but again, the most common date, very heavily worn. 1941, $16. That 41D, that first coin I ever collected as a kid, my first Walker, is $27. Again, these are the most common Walkers. 41S, $49. But then we start getting into some of the tougher Walkers. 38D, $173. 27S, they want almost $100 for it, folks, but this is a damaged coin. Look at the rim at around 11 o'clock. It's a damaged coin. It's still $100. Here's a 1923S, over $400. Here's a 1921P, that one of those low mintage key years, only 246,000 struck, $2,400. Tremendous absolute rarity. 21D, only 208,000 struck, over $3,200. And that is, again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, just as with the 21P I had just shown you. And here's the 21S, over $1,400. A dealer with a very, very high rating. 17S Obverse, $300, 100% positive feedback. 17D Obverse, $150. 16S Obverse, $450. 16D, $450. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Folks, those are 15 dates, including the rarest key dates, and it comes to $8,783. Just those 15 dates out of the 65 coin collection. The best part of this collection is that it's not based on what the market will bear. It's based on my cost. I put in the work. I was good friends with a collector who had literally decades and decades worth of Walking Liberty half dollars that he had collected. I went through the entire collection and I have assembled some spectacular sets at the most collector-friendly price, folks. This is a window of opportunity, a brief moment in time. I've got these sets while I have them, the entire collection, $2,995 for the entire collection. That's $46 a coin. It's like you've got the entire collection with every coin at a common date price. And you're getting all these incredibly rare, early Walking Liberty half dollars in beautiful, beautiful condition, folks. The 21P, the 21D, the 21S. By themselves, dealers were asking $3,000 or more just for the individual examples in this condition similar to what I have in these sets today. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the collector of today. You will not find another set, especially another half-dollar set, a half-dollar struck in 90% silver, the Walking Liberty half-dollar set, the entire collection, for only $46 a coin. This is a collection you definitely want to put away for the long term. Pass it on to your kids, to your grandkids. This is one of the great collections in all of U.S. numismatics. We have this available on our 2-payment option. All you have to do is put half down today of $1,497.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. Call in now. Please act now on this. This is an incredibly difficult set to put together. Every coin, all 65, in grades from good to very fine. No problem coins, no coins with scratches or gouges or harshly cleaned. There you see a beautiful 1943. Every one, exceptional condition for only $46 a coin. This is a set you want to pass on to your kids, your grandkids, you want to hold on to. This is the only set I can think of in all of United States coinage where you get so many coins with so much absolute rarity. And silver half dollars, silver classics, the Walking Liberty half dollar, with these incredibly low mintages in beautiful condition for only $46 a coin. This is a set, you put it away now, folks. You put it away now, this set will be very, very, very good to you, your kids, your grandkids. Pass it on. This set is a national treasure. The Walking Liberty half dollar series, first struck in 1916, last struck in 1947. So beautiful was the design on this coin that the Mint resurrected it in 1986 to use for the American Silver Eagle series. So it lives on today. But this original collection, this original half dollar collection, has incredible absolute rarity that the modern American Silver Eagle series cannot touch, folks. I mean, this is so rare, the coins are so beautiful, and at such a collector-friendly price. Again, 2 payments of only $1,497.50 for the entire, complete 65 coin collection. I hope you can take advantage of it when you get it in the mail and you get it in your hands. Again, it is substantial. This 65 coin half dollar collection, it's a really, really great set that will give you endless hours of collecting pleasure. I want to thank you for watching this presentation. There's a lot to digest, but it is worth it. It is really, really worth it. Thank you for watching.
This is something very special. Everybody wants this issue. This is a coin that was issued to honor the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. It's a coin series that began in 2017. It is extremely rare coinage. It is also high relief. It is also pure gold. It is also the only time the United States of America has issued a $100 denomination for a gold coin. That little bit of background is enough to really set everybody on a stampede towards the telephone. Get online for this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell you right now that what I just told you is amazing, and it really illustrates the rarity. But this is Rare Collectibles TV, so we're going to go that little bit extra. Because not only is this the 2019 West Point struck $100 gold high relief in a perfect specimen 70 grade, but also a proof-like. And folks, this coin is also from the West Point Mint Hoard. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard is a government archive. It's where your government stashes away a limited amount of coins that they have struck for future generations. Well, because of everything that we've been through in the last 2 years, the market has demanded the release of these coins that the government actually intended to hide away for a long time. The market's demanded that they come out right now. Collectors are knocking on the door. And this is the coin that everybody wants. Now, are you ready to take a look? Now, I ask you, does that not look like the finest proof cameo, ultra cameo coins you have ever seen? Well, it does. And the reason for it is because these coins that we have are the very first ones that rolled off the coining press. The ones that have that amazing contrast. Now, I want to show you the label real quick because, folks, this is not a proof coin. This is a specimen 70. This is a mint state coin, and it also has been designated as a proof-like. And since 2019, ladies and gentlemen, both of the major grading services, PCGS, this one you see right here, and NGC, have only graded 642 of these coins. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard. It's amazing because there were only 12,600 coins in the hoard. Now, we managed to get some of these coins that grade absolutely in perfect condition, a Specimen 70 proof-like designation. The mint at West Point and all the mints of the United States of America take a lot of time and a lot of pride in striking coins. And when you look at a coin like this that is designed to feature renditions of the most modern, idea of liberty. And I want you to take a look, because this idea of liberty, this modern rendition, this tribute to liberty is classic, an instant classic. It harkens back to the very beginning of the portraits of liberty that we've seen on all United States coins. It has the rays shining from the headdress. It has the 13 stars. It has an amazing, amazing field that is so mirrored. And it is solid gold. And again, there has never been before this series a gold coin with a $100 denomination. Every United States coin issue, every series has a standout coin. For the double eagles, we'd all have to agree that it is the 1907 St. Gaudens high relief. Do you remember 1916? The Standing Liberty Quarter, a very famous issue, the Type 1, a standout issue? Or how about in 1995, when the mint at West Point struck a 10th anniversary proof silver eagle? There were only 30,125 of those. And that coin today, in a perfect 70 grade, is a $30,000 coin. Well, move over, everybody, because here's a coin that is rightfully going to take its place amongst those standout issues. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when this coin was announced, the mintage was capped at a mere 50,000 coins. And that is a very, very low mintage. Ladies and gentlemen, I can mention you so many coins that have many, many times that mintage that are world famous. This is a low mintage at 50,000. Well, this is what ended up happening. The mintage is 24,610 coins. Take a look at that right there. 24,610. So this is a series that began in 2017, and to date, it is the lowest mintage of every single year that was issued since 2017. And I want you to take a look at the population as a percentage of the mintage that will grade a Specimen 70 in proof-like designation, a proof-like finish. 2.6%. So again, these coins are struck for the collector. They are struck by hand, each and every one, under extreme tonnage, under extreme pressure, with a mint master that is just designated for this one issue. From the finest coining blanks selected that are produced at the mint. And even in spite of all of that great tradition, all of that technique in striking, and all of that artistry, only 2.6% of these coins will garner the grade that this coin has. Extremely special. I got to tell you, in a Specimen 70 without the proof-like designation, these coins are flat out rare and hard to get. When you add in the proof-like designation. Now, for those of you who do not know what a proof-like is, allow me to take the opportunity to explain. You know, in the days when the mint first started striking coins, the first, 10 or 20 coins or so, or maybe even less than that, and I'm talking about from 1793 on, from the very first days of the U.S. Mint, the first coins, they would come off the coining presses, and everybody would notice that they had a certain look to them that was just amazing. The background of the coin, known as the field, would jump out as a mirror. You could see your own reflection. And the designs of the coin, the raised images, would all be frosty, all be satiny. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a true rarity. And I want to tell you right now that this coin can be yours for less than $4,000. And that is big, big news. And folks, I want to show you just how big, but I also want to get it out there because I know there's a lot of you at the edge of your seats waiting to grab that phone. $3,995 is the price of this coin, and if you give me another minute or two, I'm going to tell you how it beats everybody else out there, how it's extremely rare, how it's PCGS graded, how it's the highest grade you can get. Well, you may have heard it before, but you're going to hear it in a whole different light right now. One of the things that we're famous here at Rare Collectibles is buying coin deals, is buying coin treasures, coin collections, what somebody has taken a long time to amass. Now, we have some really great buyers in this country, and one of them is on the road right now, and I hope he comes up with another deal like this. But by traveling around, by meeting everybody in the country, by knowing every dealer and knowing every major collector, this is how we landed a deal like this. Every single one certified by PCGS. Every single one an SP70, a Specimen 70. Every single one a proof-like designation. That means these coins are some of the earliest ones to come off those particular dies that they were struck on. You'll notice it right away, that amazing bounce that's different than all the rest. Thus, they are called a proof-like. Now, after a few more of these coins are struck and the die begins to settle down a little bit and even wear a little bit, you won't get a designation as a proof-like. You may get a designation as a perfect coin. And let me show you some that have. In fact, somebody pulled this article for me, and it's from Coin World, and it's a market analysis. And it says here, buyers demand perfect 2019 West Point struck American Liberty $100 gold coins. And by the way, did I happen to mention that every one of these coins are a high relief? So there again, you get the proof-like, you get the only $100 gold denomination, you get an amazing design, the modern rendition of Liberty, and you get a high relief. There isn't anything that this coin does not have. And on top of everything, it's an enhanced finish. So that was the article that we happened to pull off the internet. And I see that the picture actually is a PCGS graded Specimen 6.9 proof-like. Well, we kind of upped it a little bit to a Specimen 70. Folks, $3,995. This is what I was warning you about. Here is a coin of which it is the same variety, it is the same grade, and I want you to notice right off the bat, it is not a proof-like designation, and I also want you to notice that it is nearly $5,000, $4,800. And it's a great coin. It's a Specimen 70, a perfect grade, not a proof-like. And I want to show you another one right there, over $4,800. Now, I want to show you a PCGS version. We just so happen to have all of our coins as PCGS right now. And here is one. It's got all the bells and whistles, except for the fact that it's not a proof-like. So it doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but a lot. So it's a 70 grade. It's PCGS graded, high relief, $100 gold, beautiful looking coin, $5,075. Now, let me just say again, ladies and gentlemen, $3,995 is where we're at. 24,610 of these were struck by the mint. Of the 24,610, 12,600 were put away for future generations in the West Point vaults. They just made their way out. We have them here at Rare Collectibles. They are part of the 24,610 mintage, but there were only 12,600 that were put away in West Point. The 50,000 initial mintage was reduced. The cap no longer exists. It's gone. They are gone, sold out. The mintage figures are finalized, and they're making numismatic history. And let me just say again, this is the coin that everybody wants. The $20 gold St. Gaudens in high relief. An amazing coin everybody wants. This is a coin right now that you can buy in a grade that you would never get a $20 gold Saint from 1907. There's no such thing as a perfect grade in classic American coinage. Look at the images of these coins. Now, I want to show you another coin right here. This one is graded by NGC, part of the population that I showed you. Hardly any coins graded between PCGS and NGC. And that coin right there, ladies and gentlemen, $6,995. Now, let's explore that a little bit. Let's read that label pretty clearly, because it looks to me like it's an SP70 Same thing with us, but it is not a proof-like. So we're up from that. And it's a high relief, as are ours, and all of them are. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I constantly say to you that we go above and beyond, not just to buy collections, but to seek out the finest versions of every coin out there, you can literally take that to the bank, because that's what we live for. Now, this is a great coin, and I love to own one in a perfect grade. But imagine being able to do that not for $7,000, but for less than $4,000, and have it be a proof-like. Have it be one of only 642 coins that have been graded by either of the grading services. $3,995. Ooh, and by the way, you can split it into 2 equal payments as well. We'll get into that in just a minute. Now, here's no surprise whatsoever. This coin, in many places that you're going to try to find it, is sold out. And when you see sold out coins by some major sellers out there who are all over the place, they don't have coins. You want to know why? Well, because we got there first. That's the bottom line. And there, ladies and gentlemen, illustrates the demand for this coin. Before we went on the air here, I always kind of run by the attributes of the coin for our operators who happen to be listening and our crew who happens to be here anyway, so they might as well hear it, right? And I want to give you everything straight from the top. First of all, when this coin series began in 2017, it was the first series to feature a denomination of $100 that had never been done before in a gold coin. It also features the most unbelievable designs. And all the great artists of Mint are in on this, and I'll go over that with you in a second. And this is a coin that grades a perfect specimen 70. It's a Mint State coin that looks like a proof. And the reason for it is it's a proof-like, and it's some of the earliest coins, well, what it really boils down to, some of the very first ones struck. And it kind of goes to figure, right? Because it's part of the West Point hoard. So the coins were struck at West Point, and the Mint decided they would take some of what they were striking anyways and move them right over into the vault. So you know that these were the earliest ones. These are the ones that were archived. These were the finest examples. These are the ones that were meant to come out 10 or 20 years from now when we could celebrate these great, great coins all over again. But we have them now. And let me just say one more time, folks, these are in demand, and the market, you collectors, all of us, we demanded these coins. We literally came knocking on the door of the West Point Mint demanding the release of the archive at a time when hardly any coins were being produced by the United States of America. And let me tell you, Uncle Sam did not let us down, because he knew that we demanded. We weren't going to stop collecting. We were collecting more than ever. We wanted our coins. And the government listened. And the government released this hoard. I mean, after all, they're our coins, right? We the people. We got the finest examples in proof-like at one of the greatest prices. So you can split the payment into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50. I want to point out again, every coin series has a standout issue. Think of the Double Eagles, the $20. Great series, minted from 1850 to 1933. The standout issue from that entire series of Double Eagles has got to be the 1907 High Relief St. Gaudens. Well, here you're looking at a 2019 High Relief $100 Gold Liberty. And the design of Liberty is breathtaking. The design of Liberty is classic. This is an instant classic. And when you look at how it is rendered, one of the reasons why it is so eye-appealing is the repeated strikes of the coining press to make this a high relief. If you could feel the surface of this coin, you could literally feel the cheek of Liberty. You could literally feel the hair flowing behind Liberty. You could feel the rays rising from the headdress. You could feel the date. That's what a high relief is all about. And on its reverse, a rendition of an American bald eagle in an example. The way this coin has been designed, the way it has been modeled, the way it was sculpted, the die work, the striking, the purity of the gold, the denomination. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no wonder that everybody wants this coin today. No wonder that articles are being written. Now, we're quickly running out of time here. So I want to go over the striking process. Now, for those of you who have never had the pleasure of watching videos of the mint striking coins, let me give you a little blow-by-blow. How's that? Ordinary coins that are meant for circulation go through a high-speed coining press, and they are struck one time, and their purpose is to be released into circulation to be used in commerce. When you're commemorating 225 plus years of liberty, you are going to take the time to shut down the whole coining room to make sure it is a completely dust-free environment, to select only the highest quality planchets. You know what a planchet is? It's the blank before the design is rendered onto the coin obverse and reverse. The mint makes their own blanks. They start out with a big sheet of solid gold, and they die strike these round discs, and they're as perfect as you could possibly imagine. And they test the weight to make sure they're spot on, because this is 0.9999 pure gold. And once they have selected the highest examples of the coining blanks, they are then inserted into the coining press. And the dies that are selected to do the striking are the highest examples of coining dies that exist in the world. And then on top of that, they are the highest examples of the pre-minter's art, because they have yet to be minted. So everything comes together. The extreme tonnage of the press, which is increased because these are high reliefs. So not only would they be struck one time, two times, but even 3 and 4 times to bring out all the relief. That's why you look at Liberty and you look at the eagle looks like it's flying right off the coin. And Liberty has so much depth and so much detail that it truly is stunning. It's really the only way I could really describe this efficiently, because the first thing you see when you look at this coin is the stunning reflection of the gold. Each and every one of these coins are hand struck. Each and every one of these coins are handmade. And still, only 2.6% will grade in a perfect specimen 70 and a PL designation. Every single one of the prices out there that I've showed you are for coins that are not proof-like. And we managed to beat all the prices. I'll tell you how we do it. We do it with knowledge. We do it with connections. And that sounds really simple, but believe me, when you know where to go, what collectors collect what, where to buy, where to get in on the finest collections, that's how we get a deal like this. We're not sacrificing quality. We've gone all out on these. The highest grade you can attain, specimen 70, a designation of proof-like, one of only 642 coins that have ever been designated as a proof-like and graded a specimen 70. And at $3,995. I really think this coin is worthy of the moniker of being the coin to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. That's when the series began in 2017. Now, take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. In 2017, the U.S. Mint issued 33,791 of these coins. In 2019, the coin we're speaking of right now, the mintage was a mere 24,610. And I'd like to remind you again, one of the most famous coins that we love to collect is a Silver Eagle from 1995, and it honored the 10th anniversary of the American Eagle program, the American Eagle series. Well, that coin has become legendary. That coin has become so sought after in a perfect 70 grade that people are willing to spend upwards of $30,000 for that coin. I give you this coin to consider. A mere 24,610 have been certified. It is designated a specimen 70, a perfect grade 70. It is high relief. It's pure gold. It's $100 denomination, the only $100 gold denomination ever issued by the U.S. Mint is this series right here. And I have to say, everybody collects the American Silver Eagle, and I love that coin. In proof in gold, everybody wants them. The mintages are small. Folks, you would be hard-pressed to beat this coin with an American Eagle in terms of low mintage, in terms of rarity, in terms of designation of the exclusive proof-like finish. This is a coin that was just released by the government from its own hoard. It reminds me of the General Services Administration, the GSA hoard, which was released in 1970 over a 10-year period to the great citizens of this country. It kind of reminds me of that, because there was an instance when the government was holding these coins and they came upon them, literally locked away in a vault, and decided, the GSAs is what I'm talking about, to release them to the public. Well, you fast forward to 2019, and the public was literally saying, where are all the great coins? We are waiting for coins to be issued. The mint is slowed down to a crawl. And every single issue that the mint put out over the last couple of years, whether it be gold, silver, platinum, palladium, was scooped up in a second. If you want the most precious of precious metals, that's gold. And the reason why I call it the most precious, it's what everybody wants. It's the original form of money. It's money today, it'll be money tomorrow. It is a $100 gold denomination. And take a look at right there, that image on the screen, the obverse and the reverse. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the design of this coin for just a couple of minutes. First of all, the obverse, created by Richard Masters and sculpted by the man at the mint these days, the man who replaced John Mercanti, Joseph Mena. This is the obverse, and it features a young Liberty donning a headdress from which 13 rays of light emanate, obviously for the 13 original colonies. And they are meant to represent the freedom and the creativity of the American people. And of course, the original colonies are represented by the 13 stars, as that's always the case. The reverse, designed by Donna Weaver, sculpted by Michael Gaudiosa. Of course, he's famous for so much work. And, you know, the eagle's depicted as it's preparing to land. And I have to say, the sculpting, the modeling, the feathering of the eagle, I mean, you are talking about one of the greatest examples of American eagle I have ever seen. It is so realistic. It actually looks like a photograph in gold. But that is hand sculpted, ladies and gentlemen. Struck in, that's the high relief effect right there. $3,995. Not $5,000 for a coin that's not a proof like, not $4,800. $3,995, ladies. So if you like saving a lot of money and getting an upgrade, this is the place to come. They're all PCGS graded. The populations are small and the mintage is really, really small. This is rare coin territory at its finest. And this is a unique series, a unique coin, and the highest grade you can attain with the designation of proof-like. It's got it all, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, less than $4,000, $3,995. You can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50, and you will get an example. West Point wanted to hold these forever. They weren't able to. I know you're gonna. I know you're gonna want to, and I know you will. So thanks again for watching, and remember, this is the lowest mintage in the series, and every one of them is here right now on our set. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
This is going to be a quick presentation, folks, maybe 10 minutes. This has to do with this phenomenal, extraordinary 1957 proof set collection that I have. I've never in my life I've been doing this, specializing in these coins almost 40 years, proof coins. Never have I handled a group of proof sets from the 1950s like I have here before you. It involved 74 unopened boxes of 1957 proof sets, unopened from the U.S. Mint, folks. 50 sets per box. When I was offered this deal, I asked to open a couple of these boxes so I could inspect them, because the gentleman who had the collection was asking a considerable premium. But when I opened these, I mean, here's your typical 1957 proof set you see nowadays. It's pretty ragged, okay? It's pretty frayed. It's been, handled, thrown around. You take a look at it. You pull the sets out. They've been handled by hundreds and hundreds of people over the years. The cellophane's pliable, so the cellophane's always rubbing up against the coins. So the coins are generally in horrible shape. And so I opened one of these boxes, and it was like I was in a time machine. I went back to 1957. You opened one of these boxes, folks, and you pulled out one of the sets. And it's like these sets had been in there, in this protective cocoon, since 1957. Somebody put them in these boxes back in 1957, and I was the first person since 1957 to pull one of these sets out of the box. That was special. So we submitted most of the 74. I have a handful that I left sealed, just to be able to show you some of this extraordinary collection of 57 proof sets. What I have for you today are some 1957 Washington quarters in proof 67 from this collection. And because the quality was so extraordinary in this truly once in a lifetime acquisition, this incredible collection, I've got these coins at a great price, folks. 1957 quarters in proof 67, that's a very, very high grade. Again, when you see 1957 proof sets, you see one of these quarters. I'll just cut one out real quickly here from one of these sets in the cellophane. The quality is not very good. The cellophane was a very poor storage material. A lot of the coins were hair-lined, and this is how they look. Okay? They're over 60 years old. By the way, these coins were struck at 90% silver. The U.S. Mint struck the dimes, quarters, and half dollars in 90% silver up until 1964. 1965 and later, the quarters had 0 silver content. So this is the end of an era in proof making at the Philadelphia Mint, where you can get coins struck in 90% silver. These are phenomenal pieces. We have around 1,200 examples out of this extraordinary once-in-a-lifetime collection. 1,200 examples in proof 67 condition, folks. And I got them at a great price. Just take a look at one of these. I mean, they are absolutely flawless to the eye. In my opinion, they are all regrade candidates. I can't find a flaw on any of these. Take a look at this piece, folks. It looks like it just came off the die. I mean, it's 1957, over 60 years old. There's no haze, no spotting. I can't see any hairlines on it. It looks like it just came off the die. You caught it on a velvet pillow and encapsulated it and brought it to this year, over 60 years later, like it's in some kind of time capsule. The great news is, because, again, the grades were so extraordinary, my cost is well below what I would have expected. So I'm able to offer one of these coins to you, one of these quarters, folks, at a great, great once-in-a-lifetime price. I'm going to price it and tell you out in 1 minute. Again, this is going to be a 10-minute presentation. Now, Mint State 1957 quarters and MS67 go for hundreds and hundreds of dollars if they're in Mint State. Now, there's a Mint State, folks, example, a 1957 MS67 that's over $300. Here's a proof, 1957, and proof 67 for $80. Here's an NGC piece. That looks like it has some of that original package toning that I showed you earlier. It's still over $100 for a proof 67. And it's understandable. Look, if you send one of these for grading, the grading fee alone is $20. They're going to charge you about $25 to ship it back to you registered mail. They don't ship anything back insured mail. Everything goes back registered mail, at least $25. So right there, grading and shipping alone is $45. These 57 quarters, again, take a look at one of these. Every one pristine, haze-free, as brilliant and flawless as the moment it was struck in 1957, $24 a coin. $24 a coin, but it gets even better because, again, we have well over 1,000 of these from this amazing collection. But once these are gone, I'm not sure what the price will be, but while we have them, if you want to get 5, this is even more unbelievable because if you want to get 5, you can own 5 for $99. That's $19.80 a coin for a 1957 silver proof Washington quarter in NGC proof 67. The highest grade this date has ever been given is proof 69. It's 2 points from the highest grade. There are no 70s. $99 for 5. And then my ultimate package, 20 1957s in proof 67. 20 for only $18.95 a coin. That's $379. This is one of those specials where we get a lot of dealers calling in, a lot of part-time dealers will buy deals like this and then set up at a local coin show and sell the coins for $35 or $45, which is a really fair price. They have a great margin on it, you know? But they got them at an unbelievable below wholesale price. And that's what I'm able to offer you today. Again, our philosophy, when we get a great deal, what we love doing most is passing it on to you. And when I had the opportunity to buy this original collection, the finest collection of unopened, mint-sealed proof sets from the 1950s, in the most extraordinary condition I had ever seen 1957 proof sets. The grades we got were far superior to what you typically see. We've got a population chart here showing you how rare these coins are, these 1957s. They've only graded 2,800 examples in proof 67. And you can see there are no 70s, 2,800 examples. We've got right now over 1,000 of them, folks. That's about 1/3 of the entire population. It's extraordinary. Again, closing this out, it's a real short little presentation, but it's very, very special. This great 1957 phenomenal proof set hoard of these mint-sealed sets that I have on display here. One 1957, proof 67, is only $24 a coin. We've got a lot of people calling in. Many of you are getting the multi-coin options because the price is just unbelievable. You can own 5 for only $99. That's under $20 a coin. And finally, my 20-coin dealer special. I'll call it my 20-coin dealer wholesale special. 20 for only $18.95 a coin. 20 for $379. Take advantage of this opportunity, folks. Here you have these stunning 57 proof Washington quarters in these state-of-the-art NGC holders. These holders are airtight. They're made from the highest medical grade plastics that will ensure that these coins are well preserved, as pristine 20, 30, 50 years from now as they are today. This is truly a time capsule here, folks. These proof coins from 1957, so well preserved. By a miracle, some collector, I never could understand this, when a collector will buy a proof set from the U.S. Mint, a box of proof sets from the, just one box of these is 50 sets, a box, and never opening it. And here there were 74 boxes and they were never opened. You never see this anymore. It's unheard of. It's a miracle. And I just want to pass it on to you folks today. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. All right, ante up, everyone. $1.
Pass.
You gonna pass Stagecoach, man?
Hey, I know when to lay him down.
All right. How about you, Jack?
I'll open up with $1.
An 1897 Morgan. Not bad, Jack.
That's too rich for my blood.
But I'm gonna raise you a 1902 Morgan. What do you think of that?
Okay, I'll raise you an 1887 S and a 1904 P.
Ha! You ain't nothing but a sissy boy. I'm gonna raise you an 1888 SAU and an 1891 CC Spittin' Eagle.
I'll raise you an 1878 7/8 tail feathers and two 1899 P's.
You call that a raise, bootlicker? Well, I'm gonna raise you three 1879 CC Morgan dollars in gem condition. Now, what do you think of that? I got a full house, aces high. Now let me see your cards, Jack. What do you got?
4 jacks.
4 jacks! Let me see them! Not bad, Jack. That's a darn impressive hand, if I do say so. I have an extraordinary set of silver dollars for you today. 3 coins in guaranteed uncirculated condition, guaranteed by the U.S. government when they were issued, that offer the kind of rarity most collectors only dream about, folks, never believing they could actually own. 3 incredible coins. This is a historic 3-coin set that offers the greatest potential for your future. Now, when it comes to silver dollars, to offer silver dollars of this tremendous rarity at the price I have them today, this is just a very special moment for me. These kind of opportunities just don't come along very often. And when there is the opportunity to offer silver dollars of this importance, this magnitude, at this price. Now, but before I get into the specifics of this set, it's really important you understand where I'm coming from. My focus for you, my clients, has always been long-term. I don't want you buying coins today that sound like a good deal and may be a good deal today, only to find out years later they have dropped in value and are worth a half or 1/3 of what they sold for years earlier. My focus has always been, always will be, long-term. I don't want you buying coins today that sound like a good deal only to find out years later they are worth 1/3 of what you originally paid for them. In my 30+ years of buying and selling rare numismatic coins, what I am unquestionably most proud of are the collections I have built for my clients. Here is what I'm most proud of, what makes me happiest. I bring these out once in a while for our new viewers. This plaque you see, There's my name on it, but it's a collection I assembled, the finest known Proof Walking Liberty half-dollar collection. It's called the Joe Murphy Collection. These are awards given to my clients. Many of you may be watching tonight for finest known sets. And everyone watching who has purchased a coin on our show, you folks are my clients. I love building collections for our clients that have the greatest possible potential for long-term growth. That's what it's always been about for Jack and myself. We're not interested in coin fads on what's hot today. The most important question Jack and I always ask ourselves when buying a rare coin is, not is it a good deal today? That's an important question. But it's not the most important question. The most important question to ask for all collectors is, where might this coin be valued in 10, 20 years down the road? Because if you think a coin is headed down in value, then why buy it today? Buy it in a couple of years and save yourself a lot of money. So I've always kept my focus on the fundamentals that give a coin the most potential possible for long-term growth. The three legs of the stool. I look for coins with exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality for their date, and tremendous rarity at the best price possible. And when I find one of these a coin with all these key elements, then I try to acquire it at the lowest possible price. And folks, that's why I am so enthusiastic about the Morgan Dollar set I have for you today. Now, because of their rarity, I have a limited number of these sets. The good news is that Jack and I, through a lot of work, have a limited number of these sets. It's not possible to assemble a large quantity of these sets because of their rarity. But we have a limited quantity, and that is an achievement. These three Morgan Dollars have it all: exceptional eye appeal, extraordinary quality, and the greatest rarity at a great price. Now, how rare are these Morgan Dollars? Well, these three Morgan Dollars rank among the rarest Morgan Dollars in terms of absolute rarity in the entire 100 date and mint mark Morgan Dollar series. And one of the coins in this set may be the lowest mintage Morgan of all. Now, I just referred to the absolute rarity of these coins, because when we're talking about rare coins in numismatics, there are actually two kinds of rarity. One is absolute rarity, and the other is condition rarity. A coin with absolute rarity is a coin that is rare in any condition, usually because it's a very low mintage coin. There were very few struck. For example, a 1913 Liberty nickel in proof. I give that example all the time. They only struck 5 of them. So even if you have the lowest grade example, the poorest quality of the 5, it's worth millions of dollars. Here's another example, the 1916D Mercury dime. They only struck 264,000 examples. Very low mintage for a mint state coin. So here's one in just very fine condition, very heavily circulated, not uncirculated, heavily circulated, very fine circulated condition, VF30. That's a $7,000 coin. In the Morgan Dollar series, the King Kong is the 1893S, folks. The 1893S, they only minted 100,000 examples. So here's an 1893S in VF25. This is about as cheap as you'll find one. It's about $5,000. That was auction price. That's what it sold for. Here's one in XF details. It's improperly cleaned, extra fine, and it sold in auction for $6,000. Again, this is the lowest mintage issue and the rarest in high-grade condition, high-grade meaning just uncirculated condition. But here's one in a 93S in AU53. How the value jumps in AU53, circulated. It's almost $24,000. And finally, if you want an UNC, an uncirculated example, even an MS-60, lowest graded of uncirculated, it becomes a six-figure coin. Now, on the other hand, there's condition rarity. Often, when we're referring to rare coins, we're talking about coins with condition rarity. These are coins that may not be of particularly low mintage and may be easy to locate in low-grade condition, but become rare in the higher grades, especially uncirculated condition. Most often when we're talking about rare Morgan dollars, we're talking about Morgan dollars with condition rarity. Morgan issues that have been struck in the millions and yet are quite rare in uncirculated condition. Here's a great example. This is an 1886-0. If you could, Caitlin, show them both the obverse and reverse. It's circulated. I bought it in the coin shop. I paid $35 for it. They struck about 10 million of them. And so to find a circulated example is real easy. And there you see the O mint mark below the eagle there, below his tail feathers. But here's one in MS-64, uncirculated MS-64. And it's, $14,000 because it's very rare in this, mint state condition. And if you were to look for an MS-65, it'd be in the neighborhood of $150,000 to $250,000. Now, folks, what I have for you today, what I can only call the big three. Three Morgan dollars with tremendous, absolute rarity by a significant margin. They are among the lowest mintage issues in the series, with one of the coins rivaling the King Kong 1893S in total mintage. And it's several times rarer in terms of mintage than the 1916D Mercury dime we just showed you that was $7,000 in very fine condition. Again, there are 100 dates and mint marks in the Morgan series, and these three Morgans rank among the three lowest mintages in the entire series. First struck in 1878, last Morgan dollar struck in 1921. And most importantly, all three dates were struck at the Carson City Mint. Now, among Morgan dollar collectors, Morgan dollars struck at the Carson City Mint are always a favorite and always will be a favorite, primarily because of the 5 mints where Morgan dollars were struck. You have Philadelphia, New Orleans, San Francisco, Denver, and Carson City. The Carson City Mint struck the fewest Morgan dollars. Next in line was the Denver Mint. But interestingly, the Denver Mint only struck coins for 1 year, 1921. And just in that 1 year, they exceeded the mintage of all the Carson City dollars. Carson City dollars, which were struck at 13 different years. Only struck just over 13 million Carson City dollars for all those years. And the three coins I have, folks, as low as that total mintage is for the Carson City dollars, the three Carson City dollars I have are the lowest mintage issues by that Carson City Mint. Take a look at this chart. These are all the Morgan dollars, folks, in order of total mintage, beginning with the highest mintage Morgan dollars in descending order to lower mintages. And it starts at the very top with the 1921P, over 44 million struck. As you go down the page, you get to coins struck around 10 million. There's your 86-0 there that I just showed you, 10.7 million. And we get to the second page, you still have coins struck in the millions. It's not until you get over halfway down the page where you get to coins struck with mintages under 5 million. And there's your first Carson City, though, the 1890cc, 2.3 million, the highest mintage issue of all the Carson City issues. That's your first Carson City. And you know, look how much rare, look how many Morgan dollars there were that have much higher mintages. And this is the most common CC. Now we get to the last page. Here's the last page. And this is where you see all the CCs, all the lowest mintage issues. The 78 CC is next, 2.2 million. 91 CC, 1.6. 92, 1.3. And here we're getting under $1 million finally. Under $1 million, folks. There aren't many Morgans with mintages under $1 million. You got the 79 CC, 756,000. That 93 CC, 677,000. The most valuable of all CCs, the 1889, because it's most difficult to find an uncirculated condition, 350,000. And then you have these last three issues right here. The 1881 CC, 296,000. 85 CC, 228. 80 CC reverse of 78. There's only an estimate on this. Miles Standish estimates there may be around 100,000 of these. David Bowers, a renowned numismatic expert, he's written more numismatic books than anybody I know of, estimates that maybe as many as 125,000 struck. But nobody knows because you have a little, if you go back up the page there, you have two different kinds of 1880 CCs struck. The reverse of 79, and they estimate anywhere between 75 and 80% of the 80 CC struck were with the reverse of 79. Now, those are the ones, when you find an 80 CC, it's almost always the reverse of 79. The rarer of those two varieties, and the most significant coin, is that 80 CC reverse of 78. And it may be, it quite possibly, may be even rarer than the 93 S Morgan in terms of total mintage. Now take a look at these coins I have for you today, folks. The 3-coin set. And we're going to show you the difference between the two CCs also. And you could take a look at these. Not only are these 3 Carson City Morgan dollars the lowest mintage of all Carson City Morgan dollars, they are examples that I have that are also in GSA holders, in original GSA holders. You take a look at this holder, Carson City uncirculated silver dollar. Now these GSA Carson City dollars, folks, were only the government could have an accident like this. In the 1960s, they discovered thousands of bags of silver dollars in their treasury vaults, and they were deciding what to do with all these silver dollars. A lot of them, some of them were seeded dollars, a lot of them were circulated, but there were a lot of Carson City bags of uncirculated Carson City dollars. And at first they were going to melt them all down into bullion. But then they decided, they got the bright idea of offering them for sale to the public in auction. And so in the 1970s, they had this auction and by the Government Services Administration. And here is a brochure. And at the time, I remember this. Unfortunately, I didn't have the money to buy any of these, because depending on the date, the starting bids on these coins were either $30 or $60. But it was quite a big undertaking. Here you had this colorful brochure, and if you see the close-ups there, you can see the opening bids on the various issues. You had the mixed CC dollars where you had to guess, and the minimum bid was $16, but the 83 CC was starting bid of $30. Remember, this is the 1970s. The 84 CC was $30. The 80 CC was $60. The 81 CC was $60. 85 CC was $60. And this is how these coins then were issued. And the government was very careful about the Carson City dollars that they put in their holder. And to my knowledge, every Carson City dollar that's in one of these holders where it says uncirculated silver dollar, every single one, when it was submitted for grading to NGC or PCGS, has graded uncirculated. The lowest grade has been MS60, and there's very few MS60s. Most of them grade somewhere between MS62 and MS65. These are really choice specimens we have here. Now this book, folks, here, this book, I'm proud to say, this is on Morgan dollars, written by Miles Standish. This book was voted by the Numismatic Literary Guild, and that's a guild that I've shown you the plaque, the award I received some years in 2011. For my book on Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, I received a plaque for extraordinary merit for my book. It wasn't, but I didn't get Book of the Year, but it was extraordinary merit, which is kind of like second place, you know. So I didn't get Book of the Year, but I got second place, which from the Numismatic Literary Guild, folks, is a great achievement when you consider all the numismatic books published every year. But we're proud to say that, you know, Miles' book, which we have been offering with our Morgan collections now this year, was the 2015 Book of the Year. And we are the only station, we have an exclusive with Miles, that is offering this book, this 2015 Book of the Year, with autographed copies by Miles Standish himself. And now in the book, on the 1880cc, here's what Miles says about the 80cc Morgan dollars. Of the 500, see, a lot of times you'll see the mintage as 591,000 for the 80cc in a lot of books. But what Miles writes in this book is of the $591,000 80cc coins struck, some 96,000 failed to meet legal standards when mint assayers surveyed Carson City's output. These coins were melted. So you had 591,000 struck, but in reality, only 495,000 were released. Now, of those, the 80cc with the reverse of 78 accounts for approximately 20% of the issue's total mintage. That's his estimate. 20% of 396,000 is about 99,000 coins. That's his estimate. Now, let's give you a shot of the reverse of 78 and the reverse of 79. Here are two 1880cc's that we have here. This is the reverse of 78. You notice the flat breast of the eagle. It's completely flat, and what they did was they carved the breast feathers into that flat breast. And this was the reverse that the mint first used when they first started striking silver dollars in 1878. And they switched at the end of the year to what they call the round breast variety, and we refer to it as the reverse of 79. And virtually all Morgan dollars after the late 1878 were struck with this reverse of 79. And there you can see the rounded breast of the eagle. And that's the reverse of 79. Very few 1880 at the Carson City Mint, they found a couple leftover dies from 1878 with this reverse of 78. A couple leftover dies, and they put them in there and they used them to strike a handful of these 1880cc's. Now they didn't do any kind of, you know, calculations as to how many they used of each die. They didn't do that back then. So here we have these three lowest mintage. If we can go back to these three lowest mintage, GSA Carson City silver dollars, folks. GSAs. Now, 25 years ago, dealers and collectors were cracking these Carson City dollars out of the GSA holders to get them graded by PCGS or NGC. But a movement began to take place collectors were saying, you know, I don't want my coin cracked out. This is a valuable pedigree in the GSA holder. Even if I never get it graded by PCGS or NGC, I think it's worth more to me in the GSA holder without a grade than it is cracked out and graded by PCGS or NGC. Now, up to then, PCGS and NGC insisted they would not grade a coin if it was in a holder. It had to be out of a holder in their hands to grade it. That was their policy. But because there were so many collectors who insisted they would not, under any circumstances, crack their GSA coins out for grading, both PCGS and NGC changed their policy, and for these GSA coins, they had made an exception and grade their coins while still in the holder. Now, in these GSA holders, folks, these coins are truly, truly rare. Take a look at these numbers. These are certified GSA. These are the coins that have been graded by NGC and PCGS in the GSA holders of these three dates. You've got the 81cc mintage, 296,000. Total graded and uncirculated condition about 40,000. That's PCGS and NGC combined. Now, though, the number that have been graded in GSA holders, it's less than 10,000, 8,800 coins, less than 1/4. The 85cc, 41,000 out of the holder, only 8,900 in GSA holders. You have to remember, a lot of these coins were cracked out, and they were graded, and they may have been in those numbers you see there in the second column. They may have been in GSA holders, but they're now out of the holders. There's no record of them. They're gone. And finally, the 80cc reverse of 78. Now, that one has only had 7,600 coins graded in mint state. That's it, all grades of mint state. But of those, only 1,900 in GSA holders, folks. Now, the price. This is why I really love these three dates. These three rare estate Carson City Morgan dollars are so undervalued, that while silver bullion type coins that other show hosts have been promoting the past several years have seen steep declines in value, as we showed you on that bullion chart. The GSA Morgan dollars in this three-coin set have actually increased in value during that same time span by a significant margin. Here, for example, I did a printout from an auction house of the 1885 GSAs that they've sold in MS66 condition, a very high grade. And here's the last several sales of that 1885 CC. And they've been anywhere from $3,500 to, I think, there's one for $4,000. There's one for over $5,000. Now, you go back to 2011, folks, and these were all in chronological order. You go back to 2011, because you look at that, the same grade coin in a GSA holder back in 2011, it was going for around $2,500. And there's several examples there. They're all around $2,500. There's one for $2,300. And this is while silver has gone from $48 an ounce to right now, it's around $25 an ounce. Around $25 an ounce. And again, one of the great things about the GSA holder is that, to my knowledge, no example has ever been ungradable where it graded less than MS60. Here's, I did the printout of, this is from NGC, of the 1880 cc's graded in GSA holders and non-GSA holders. Now you could see you've got the 80cc right, if you could stay right there, right above the one that says GSA hoard. If you go to the right, you see all those numbers there. Those are coins that were graded in circulated condition. This column here where you see the 3 for the GSA hoard, that's MS60 grade there. That's the lowest grade any 80cc reverse of 78 has received at NGC. There have only been 3 of them. There have been 40 6-1s, 146 2s, 283 6-3s, 195 6-4s, 41 6-5s, 7 6-6s, and that's the highest grade. That's the highest grade. These Carson Cities, normally extremely baggy. You get something, folks, in choice BU condition, you've got something special. Now, I'm not a fan of many of the Carson City Morgan dollars at their current price levels. Just to be clear, I mean, Morgan dollars are really popular, but so many of them are priced really at astronomical price levels. You saw the mintages of all the other Morgans. What we have here are the 3 lowest mintages. If you wanted an 1879, for example, a CC, just in AU condition, folks, here's one for $3,100. Just in AU condition. That's the going price. Now, here's one in MS62, and this is not a bad price at all, $5,500. Now, here's one, though, in a GSA holder. Same grade, but it's almost $9,000. And then here's one in 6.5, not in a GSA holder. And this coin is like $27,000, $28,000, which is a very, very, very fair price. But then you get one in a GSA holder, and it goes through the roof. It's $60,000. $60,000. Now here's a 92cc. And again, let me show you this mintage chart once more, all the Carson City minted Morgans. Okay, and you could see there the ones at the very bottom. Here's a 92cc in MS62. This is not a GSA coin. It's $2,300. Here's a GSA 91cc in 6.1 for over $3,000. Here's one, just a non-certified example, $1,900. But here's the last date of the series, the 93cc in 6.3. And here finally, 89cc. Here is an AU58, 89cc. AU58, $20,000. Okay, here I have these 3 lowest minted Carson City dates. Many of you are familiar with the 85cc and the 81cc, with mintages comparable to that 1916 D Mercury dime for $7,000 in VF condition. But this coin here, this 80cc reverse of 78, folks, in the GSA holder, how rare this Morgan dollar is, how ridiculously undervalued it currently is. And I've got the entire 3-coin monster GSA set, not for $15,000 or $10,000 or $5,000. Jack and I have this at the right price, folks. $43.95, $4,395. This is a home run price for you folks with the ultra rare key date 1880cc, reverse of 78, all in GSA holders. It would be a great price if they weren't not in GSA holders. I mean, just to get these 3 coins, you know, whether they're in the GSA holders or not, but in the GSA holders, this is a screaming buy of an opportunity. We are also going to give you before I forget, a free copy of the 2015 Numismatic Literary Guild Book of the Year, signed by Miles Standish himself. We are the only show. This book, this Miles Standish book, again, Book of the Year. We are the only station with an agreement with Miles to offer an autographed version of it. Folks, I mean, the book itself, this is a great reference tool, but it's going to be a great collector's item as well. I mean, look, if collectors are asking $300 and $500 for used copies of my first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, I think it's safe to say that signed copies by the author of this Morgan Dollar book is something to hold on to. Now, Jack and I have as our goal to, you know, we made this set as affordable as possible. You know, we've got a limited number of these. I got the stack here of these 80cc reverse of 78s. We've got a total of 27 of these 80cc reverse of 78s that we have been looking for in the GSA holders. It's taken us so long. Wow, look at this, 85cc. That's a nice choice BU. And again, maybe we should do the reverse shots of the 2 coins once again for those of you who tuned in, because the 80cc we're offering is the rare reverse of 78 variety, not the reverse of 79. A lot of folks calling in for this phenomenal Carson City GSA offer. The reverse of 78 with that, what we call it, the flat breast eagle. This is the first reverse design used by the U.S. Mint when they started striking Morgan dollars in 1878. And at the end of 1878, they began to strike Morgan dollars with this redesigned reverse with the rounded breast that you see there of the eagle, with a rounded breast. And that's called the reverse of 79. And virtually all the coins struck after that have this reverse. There's only a couple exceptions. One is the 1879S Morgan dollar with the reverse of 78. The other is the 1880cc Morgan dollar with the reverse of 78. Where they just had a couple of old dies laying around and they stuck them in there and they just created this rarity. Unknowingly created this rarity that there would be collectors someday that would, you know, appreciate the difference. You know, they did stuff back then never realizing that these would be huge collector coins. I mean, the Morgan dollars are without question the most widely collected United States coin. You go to any coin show, you'll see more Morgan dollars in dealers' cases than any other coin. Every coin shop has Morgan dollars. What you will not see, though, is a set like this. This is an extraordinary set. You know, this is a set that, again, Jack and I are so thrilled to be able to offer, because this is the kind of set that long-term is, you know, only going to be valued more with the passage of time, folks. I don't think there's any question about that. I mean, as I said earlier in the presentation, I mean, you know, the most important question Jack and I always ask when buying a rare coin is not, is it a good deal today? That's an important question. But the most important question to ask for all collectors is, where might this coin be valued 10 and 20 years down the road? Because if you think it's headed down in value, why buy it today? Buy it in a couple of years and save yourself a lot of money. I don't think a few years from now you're going to be able to buy it any cheaper than you see it here today, folks. You might see it at $47.95 or $49.95, and there will come a time when you see it at $53.95. But $43.95 You know, knowing how hard it is to get these, again, you're talking about the lowest mintage issues in the Carson City series, among the lowest mintage issues of all Morgan dollars. And here again is the chart I have showing the rarest, lowest mintage Morgan dollars. Highest mintage Morgans had mintages in the tens of millions. And then you had this handful struck with mintages under $500,000. And you've got the peace dollar there, the lowest mintage peace dollar is 360,000. And then you got these three CCs, the 81cc, 296,000, 85cc, 228,000, and the 80cc reverse of 78. Miles Standish estimates it somewhere around 100,000. He estimates in his book that it's about 20% of the total population that was issued, which was less than 500,000 coins. So I just did the math and said 99,000. David Bowers estimates it might be as high as 125,000. Needless to say, it's extremely rare, okay? And then you got the 93S, 100,000. A 93S in just VF condition, cleaned, is $4,000 or $5,000 coin. An AU is, you know, tens of thousands. So we got a lot of people calling in online. I want to go through this one last time. This is a most exciting offer. This is a presentation that I've been yearning to make for such a long, long time because I love the story behind these coins. I love the fact that you're getting three coins. You add it all up, folks. The total mintage of these three coins is about 700. Well, less than 700,000, about 600,000, just over 600,000, between 600 and 700,000 coins struck for all three dates combined. All three dates combined. It's just a crazy, crazy low mintage. Especially when you have other CC dates. I mean, like, you know, you're not going to see me promoting the 79cc in MS61 for $5,500 or $6,000, just because I just don't think it's a good value at that price. Now, the thing is, I doubt that coin is going to go down in value because, again, it's a CC, and if you get one in a GSA holder, even the 79cc today in MS61, I mean, the coins you're looking at are better than 61s, folks. These are nice coins. But even a 79cc at $6,000, I feel pretty certain years from now, especially if it's in a GSA holder, is going to be worth a lot more than $6,000. You know, to get these in the GSA holders, there are so few of them left out there. So many were cracked out. You know, I mean, you have the low mintages to begin with. The fact that of this hoard, only a percentage of those low mintage coins were put into GSA holders. And then so many, a sizable percentage, were cracked out in the late 1980s, early and mid 1990s, until this movement began to take place where collectors said, hey, I don't want my coin cracked out of the GSA holder. The collectors were saying, you know, the GSA holder is a valuable pedigree. If I never get it graded by PCGS or NGC, I think it's worth more to me in the GSA holder without a grade than it is cracked out and graded by PCGS or NGC. And time has turned out to be on their side, that they're absolutely 100% correct. So for the first time, PCGS and NGC changed their policy. Up to then, they wouldn't grade a coin if it was in any kind of holder. They insisted that all coins for grading be out of the holder. But they made it as an exception for these GSA dollars. So if you submit this, your coins to NGC or PCGS in the GSA holder, for example, what NGC will do, they will put grade on it. I'm going to do a last call on this. We are getting a lot of calls, but as I said in the beginning, we have a limited number of these 80cc reverse of 78s. We have a limited number of the 81s and 85s as well, folks. So let me make that really, really clear. However, as rare as the 81 and the 85s are, I mean, they're extremely rare. They're among the toughest coins to get in the Morgan series, the lowest mintage.
Only 296,000 of the 81cc emitted, 228 of the 85cc, but only about 100,000 of the 80cc. This is the big kahuna. This is the 1,000-pound gorilla. This is the super sleeper. I mean, both the 81 and the 85 cc's in these GSA holders, no question they're going to continue to go up in value with the passage of time. But the trio, with this reverse of 78, this is just a grand slam home run. This is as good as it gets, folks. This is as good as it gets. You know, so please take advantage of this. If you've never bought a Morgan Dollar, this is the time to do it. This is the time to do it, you know. For $43.95, I can't think of 3 better coins to start your Morgan collection with in these GSA holders. I mean, it's as close to a sure thing as anything possible in numismatics. I mean, there are no guarantees in anything in rare coins, but boy, this comes as close as anything I know of, folks. This is just a home run of an opportunity. As I said again, I'm going to repeat this one last time. The question that Jack and I mean, our focus has always been long-term. And the question Jack and I always ask is not whether the coin is a good deal today. That's an important question. The important question to ask is, what might this coin be valued at in 10, 20 years? Because if you think it's headed down in value, if you think the price is too high, or if you just think it's an overpriced coin, then why buy it today? These GSA coins have gone up in value. Just as with my high-grade Proof Franklins, same thing. They've gone up in value during that same time frame. That's what you saw me offering the clients. Nice, high-grade Proof Franklins, coins of that nature. So despite the fact that silver has gone from $48 an ounce in 2011 to less than $26 an ounce today, extraordinary numismatic coins, like the Proof Franklins, like these GSA, key date, ultra-rare, low mintage Morgan Dollars, continue to appreciate over time. Thank you for watching this presentation from Caitlin and I. This is an exciting time on our show to be able to offer these 3 key dates, and we've got a lot of them sold here. We still have people calling in. I don't know how many we have left of the 80cc reverse of 78s. Again, we had a few more of the 81s and 85s, but they're all going to be difficult to replace in the GSA holders, but especially that reverse of 78 80cc. It's so rare, so undervalued. Thank you for watching.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Take a look at this headline, folks, in the world of rare coins. $18.9 million. On the cover of the magazine for the month, they called it a king's ransom, the 1933 Double Eagle. Interestingly, if you look closely, this is the actual coin, you'll see a lot of scuff marks along her right knee. The coin was not a perfect coin by any stretch, folks. That $18.9 million shattered the previous record sale price for this 1933 St. Gaudens, which last sold previously for $7.6 million. The $18.9 million also blew away the auction house expectations. They thought it would sell for 10 million in that range, maybe 15 million, not 18.9 million. Now, 18.9 million, that's a lot of money. But there'll come a time, folks, when that 18.9 million will seem like the bargain of a lifetime. I rarely make predictions unless the outcome is so obvious that it's self-evident to almost everyone watching. And my prediction is that 18.9 million auction record will look like a bargain in the years ahead. The 1933 St. Gaudens Double Eagle. The last year the St. Gaudens Double Eagle was struck. First of all, the series is a classic. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle was minted from 1907 to 1933. It's a coin that represents the peak of desirability among United States rare coins. It's like a Michelangelo painting, a 1934 Duesenberg car, forever classics. Not just desired for their rarity, but most of all, for their mastery of the art form. And the St. Gaudens Double Eagle is considered by many collectors and dealers the world over to be the most beautiful coin ever struck. And that just so happens to also be not struck in silver, but struck in gold, and is the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. The 1933 St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle, the last year these coins were ever struck. Today I have the bookend. I have the first year this classic was ever struck, the 1907 St. Gaudens Double Eagle. And when this coin was first struck, folks, in 1907, it wasn't as if they started striking them in January of 1907. The Philadelphia Mint had so much difficulty in the proper striking of the St. Gaudens design that they didn't actually begin striking these examples until late in November of 1907, a period for about 6 weeks. By a miracle, as the 1933 that sold for a record price should not exist, the coins I'm about to show you should not exist in the condition we have them in today. This is historic, folks. Take a look. The first ever St. Gaudens Double Eagles struck for commerce in stunning mint state 63 condition. The Philadelphia Mint was only able to strike 361,667 examples. That's it. That's a paltry total when you consider, again, they were struck for commerce and they were used in commerce. Look at this coin. These large gold double eagles, folks. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle. It's a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan or Peace dollar, but it's about 25% heavier than a Morgan or Peace dollar. And gold is a very soft metal. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the Mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy, so they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And this is why it is so hard to get high-quality, uncirculated coins, and why it's so exciting when we have these coins in this outstanding quality today. There are so few 1907 St. Gaudens Double Eagles that have survived in the condition you see these coins in. Uncirculated mint state 63. Here's what I enjoy most about what I do as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show. When I have the opportunity to offer you folks, my viewers, a most beautiful classic United States rare coin that is incredibly rare, of the greatest desirability. Folks, the wow factor of these coins is off the charts. But at the same time, they are available today at the most collector-friendly price that never in my wildest numismatic fantasies did I ever believe would be possible. And again, like that 1933 St. Gaudens Double Eagle, the last year of the series, this bookend, the first year of the series, these coins literally should not exist, not in this condition. Now, before I go any further, Mint State 63, if you're new to numismatics, that sounds great, but what does it mean? Well, coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading standard. The higher the number, the better the quality of the coin. The lowest possible number is 1. This is a coin that is heavily worn, where any of the details are barely visible. The highest possible number is 70, which represents perfection under high magnification. There are literally, folks, no United States coins of the billions and billions struck minted before 1960 that have ever graded in 70. From Lincoln cents through gold double eagles, they don't exist. This coin in Mint State 63 means this coin was never in circulation. An uncirculated coin begins at Mint State 60. So anything between Mint State 60 and Mint State 70 is an uncirculated coin. Now, Mint State 63, imagine an original bag of 100 St. Gaudens Double Eagles. It would be a little bit larger than this bag I'm holding. This is an original mint bag, by the way. And if you took that bag of 1,000 coins and dumped them all out onto the table, you'd have some coins that had a lot more marks than other coins. The coins with the most marks, the heaviest bag marks, would grade MS60, MS61. Some might not even be gradable. I have a couple examples here. These coins may never have been in circulation. They may have technically been uncirculated, but they're not gradable because the marks are so severe. Look at the deep cut in the field at around 8, 9 o'clock there on this 1911. If you sent this for grading, even though it may be uncirculated, the grading service would probably send it back as being damaged. Here's another example in 1924. These were heavy coins, folks. Look at the deep cut in the rim at around 8 o'clock. It's a damaged coin, and there's a deep gouge right on Liberty's midriff. It's ungradable. They're very heavy coins, heavier than a Morgan dollar, a very soft metal. A Mint State 63 means in that bag of 1,000 coins, these were among the finest surviving examples from that bag. You take a look at one of these, close up. It's remarkable quality, folks. It's remarkable. And the best part of all is the price. You take a look at this 1907. How few marks. How could it survive in this condition? It's a miracle. How few could survive? And the fact is, few did survive, folks. It's so exquisite. Struck in 1907, somewhere between late November and December of 1907. Of course, the author of this masterpiece, a sculptor by the name of Augustus St. Gaudens, needed his own inspiration to craft this masterwork. It's only appropriate that this most beautiful gold double eagle should have as its inspiration what is considered the most beautiful, most valued work of art in the Louvre in France, the Winged Victory of Samothrace, otherwise known as the Nike of Samothrace. Here we have a replica. It's about 1/3 the size of the actual Nike. The actual Nike in the Louvre, when you enter the Louvre through the front door, there's a long staircase. And at the top of the staircase is the Nike standing about 17 feet high, including the base. To quote, "Despite its significant damage and incompleteness, the Victory is held to be one of the great surviving masterpieces of sculpture from the Hellenistic period and from the entire Greco-Roman era. The statue shows a mastery of form and movement which has impressed critics and artists since its discovery, which happened to be in 1863. It is considered one of the Louvre's greatest treasures, and since the late 19th century, it has been displayed in the most dramatic fashion at the head of the sweeping Daru staircase." The Nike, discovered buried on the island of Samothrace off the Greek coast in 1863. This inspired vision of liberty, of victory. And then you see it, St. Gaudens' version, recreated on his double eagle first struck in 1907. Like the Nike, folks, it's a miracle, the 1933 St. Gaudens and these first year of issue, incredibly rare 1907 St. Gaudens exist today. These 1907 first year of issue St. Gaudens double eagles you are looking at are all certified by the leading grading services in the country, PCGS and NGC, in superb uncirculated mint state 63 condition, which means they were among the finer examples from an original mint bag. They never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. They spent their lives in a mint bag. But the only reason these examples today survived in the condition you see them in is ironically due to the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. I think I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. After all, gold, throughout human history, across cultures, has always had a special value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had a put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, what did the Treasury do with all these gold coins? Over the span of that decade, the mint melted down 39% of the entire mintage of all gold double eagles. That was over 50 million coins. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. They could keep their money in the bank and risk that bank failing and being wiped out like so many millions of other Americans. Or if they owned gold, they could risk 10 years imprisonment or a $10,000 fine or both. Well, there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And in 1907, of all the Philadelphia issue St. Gaudens double eagles, is the rarest we have ever offered. Take a look at this chart, folks. Most of the uncirculated St. Gaudens double eagles you'll find, while there are over 50 different dates and mint marks, most of the surviving examples were the 1924 P, the 1908 Pinot Motto, or the 1927 P. You can see just those 3 dates. Over 500,000 coins certified in all grades. And in Mint State 63, about 200,000 coins, those 3 dates. But after those 3 dates, the rarity quickly drops. The 1928 P, in Mint State 63, only about 18,000 coins certified by PCGS. 1923 P, you're down to 12,000 coins. But look at the 1907 P. 5,096 examples certified by PCGS. And it's important to note that the Philadelphia Mint did not strike any St. Gaudens double eagles from 1916 to 1919 or in 1930. 5,096 coins. If I were to pick one coin out of the 20th century that I would most highly recommend, that if you're a collector or non-collector, it would be this 1907 St. Gaudens double eagle in this mint state condition, even in MS-60, but to get it in MS-63. But the best part of all is the timing. This is a Halley's Comet moment. There was a recent article that came out. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they talk about generic gold, generic means the most common gold. So when you're talking about St. Gaudens double eagles, you're talking about the most common St. Gaudens double eagles, like the 1924P I showed you in the chart, the 1908P, the 1927P. The 1907 is not generic. It's extremely rare. Here's the most important sentence, though, in this article. And it's something I've been telling our viewers now for the last few years. And this is what you really want to hear, really want to remember. To quote, "There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot." Now, by spot, what they mean is the price of gold per ounce. And right now, gold is around $1,700, $1,800, $1,850 an ounce, $1,800 an ounce. What they mean by that sentence is that a couple decades back, when gold was maybe $350 an ounce, I recall a time that I had a Mint State 63 double eagle. It was a common date, when gold was around $350, $400 an ounce, that I sold to a dealer for around $3,500. In other words, I sold it to him for about 10 times the gold value, which is what they were going for back then. Now we have gold around $1,700, $1,800 an ounce. 10 times the gold value, folks. You can do the math. And here we have, though, a really rare 1907 St. Gaudens double eagle. Here's one comp for 1907 MS63, a little over $5,400. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. That's where the market is for St. Gaudens double eagle 1907. That's a great, great price. The premium is so small when you consider that gold's around $1,800 an ounce. But folks, my price is not based on what the market will bear. It's based on our cost. That's the key to our success. When we get a great deal, we pass our good fortune on to you. And when we acquired a bag of one of these, and we were able to cherry pick these MS63 specimens at a great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. Needless to say, I have a limited number of these St. Gaudens 1907s in Mint State 63. We have fewer than 100 examples, but it's one of the most amazing groups of 1907 Saints we will ever be able to offer. And I can guarantee that no other show in the history of Coin TV has ever offered something similar. This is a unique, historic Halley's Comet event, folks. I have these coins available today. Call in now. Call in now. $4,900 would be a great price. $4,500, something you could drive across town to pick one of those up at $4,500. But it wouldn't be based on our cost. They're available while we have them. While we have them. So don't call in a few days or a week from now. We have a limited quantity. $3,995 a coin for a 1907 St. Gaudens double eagle in Mint State 63 condition. Folks, it's available on our two-payment option. If you can't swing to $39.95 today, put half down of $1,997.50, and we will hold a 1907 No Motto St. Gaudens double eagle for you. And pay the balance in 30 days. We'll hold one of these for you in our safe, in our vault, with your name on it. The 1907 struck for only a few weeks at the end of the year in 1907. Only 361,000 originally struck. PCGS has only certified around 5,100 examples. Look at this coin. How it's managed to survive so near perfection, folks. This large, heavy gold double eagle. It's a miracle. And in fact, it truly is a miracle. That's why there are so few certified in this condition. It's such a rarity to have a gold double eagle, this early vintage, 1907, first year of issue, so near mark free. The St. Gaudens double eagle is a $20 gold coin, again, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. It's referred to as the double eagle because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint was the $10 gold piece with about a half an ounce of gold. And so it was referred to as the eagle. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And with this abundance of gold, the Mint was able to strike an even larger gold coin, which would be of great benefit to the banking system. It was twice the size of the eagle. And so it was called the double eagle. And here we have the St. Gaudens double eagle, named after its designer, the sculptor Augustus St. Gaudens, who designed the obverse and reverse. Again, it's considered by many to be the most beautiful of all U.S. coins. In my opinion, it's the most beautiful gold coin ever struck in the history of the world. It is a classic. The St. Gaudens double eagle was minted from 1907 to 1933. It's a coin that represents the peak of desirability among United States rare coins. This coin is part of what we now refer to as the Renaissance era in American coinage. It all began in 1904 when then President Theodore Roosevelt sought to beautify American coinage and proposed that St. Gaudens be the artist for the task. In 1906, St. Gaudens agreed to redesign all our coins from the cent through the double eagle. Unfortunately, in late 1906, he began to suffer from cancer. And he was seriously ill in 1907, and he was only able to complete two coins, the $10 eagle and this $20 gold double eagle, before he passed away. The coin you're looking at was actually released after his death in 1907. When President Roosevelt first held one of these coins in his hand, he exclaimed, "I'm very much pleased that you like that coin. I shall have all kinds of trouble over it, but I do feel what you say is true. That is that it is the best coin that has been struck for 2,000 years, and that no matter what its temporary fate, it will serve as a model for future coin makers, and that eventually the difficulties in connection with making such coins will be surmounted." Folks, the 1907 no motto St. Gaudens double eagle for two payments of $1,997.50, virtually an ounce of gold, but it's a numismatic treasure. It's a historical masterpiece. This is a coin most definitely should be kept in the family. Pass on to your kids, your grandkids. If you can get more than one while we have them, at these prices, I would most heartily recommend getting more than one. This coin is truly a national treasure. You know, more gold is being struck every day. The U.S. Mint is striking all kinds of gold coins as we speak. But this 1907, struck over 100 years ago, surviving in this condition, this is like a 1934 Duesenberg or a Michelangelo painting. This is a classic. This has so much value beyond what I'm asking for it today. It's truly a keeper, folks. I hope you're able to get at least one this first year of issue, 1907 St. Gaudens double eagle. Thank you for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome. If you're a first-time viewer, thank you for watching. There's a lot of other stations you could be turning to, but I think I have something for you that is going to be worthwhile to listen to over the next 15, 20, 25 minutes. I'm a specialist in the finest United States proof coins. I became interested in these coins when I was 10 years old. I bought my first red book, and it was really interesting. I would look at all the mintage figures of all the different coins, and I would notice, for example, in 1958, for example, they struck 4.9 million Mint State Franklins, coins that were struck for commercial use, you know, the kinds of coins we spend. But as proof Franklins, proof coins, in 1958, they only struck 875,000. And so I was interested in these because the mintages were very low compared to Mint State coins. But more importantly is that proof coins represent the state of the art. They're the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And I was always interested in getting the very, very best quality. You know, why get a baggy, low-grade specimen if you can get something that's really looks like it just came off the die? You know, I mean, that's the ideal if you're a collector. I mean, a coin that looks like it just came off the die, and you somehow had a velvet pillow there, and you caught it as it was being ejected from the die press, and you caught it on a velvet pillow so it didn't fall into the bin with all the other coins and get all scratched. So, you know, so I began following these proof coins, and in fact, my very first purchase at a coin shop was a 1962 proof set. It was I saved up my lawnmower money, went to the coin shop, looked at the proof sets he had in there, and the 1962 proof sets, they came in envelopes that looked like this here, and I paid $7 for it, rode home, and my dad was sitting in the kitchen. I showed it to my dad, and he looks at it and he says, how much did you pay for it? I said, well, $7, Dad. And my dad's looking at it, and there's, you know, it's actually 91 cents face value. When you got the half dollar, quarter, dime, nickel, and cent, it comes to 91 cents. And, you know, he's thinking, he paid $7 and this is 91 cents. You know, he didn't understand. He didn't get it. But he got me started on it. You know, he got me started on when he showed me all these old coins a little earlier that got me hooked on the United States rare coins. So I've been interested in these proof coins. And in the mid-1980s, I really began to focus on the Franklin series in United States proof coins. The Franklin series is unique because it's the last series of proof coins. First of all, if you're new to collecting a proof coin, to make a proof coin, the Mint goes to a lot of labor. Okay, it's very labor intensive. They would pick out the finest dies, and then they would polish and repolish those dies until the die face had a mirror-like finish. And then they would take the coin blanks and give them a kind of like a polishing treatment as well. And then they would slowly hand feed those blanks into the die and then strike them not once but twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design of that coin as the artist intended. And then once struck, the coin would be ejected, but it wouldn't be ejected into a bin like a normal commercial strike for commerce, but it would be ejected into its own little plate where it would be individually handled, so it would not ever abrade with any other coins. So a proof coin should not have any bag marks. Commercial strikes, they're not struck from highly polished dies. They're struck once under lower pressure. So a lot of times you have incomplete strikes. The dies aren't polished, so they won't have a mirrored finish, and then they're dumped into bins. You know, big difference in the way the coins are treated. And then proof dies, after every several hundred strikes, they'll stop the die press and they'll clean the dies to keep them really, really pristine. And occasionally, some of the cloth from the cleaning process will be left on the die, and the next coin that's struck will have a squiggly little line in the coin, and it's an interesting kind of a error coin that is very popular among collectors because you'll see this little line in the field and you'll ask, well, what is that from? Oh, it was a little piece of cloth that was left on the die after they had cleaned it. And that piece of cloth made that impression on the coin blank when it was struck. Very interesting. And NGC notes those kinds of errors when they grade the coins. Now, what I have for you folks, my latest book just came out. And this is a great, great day. This book was a long time in the making. It is over, this latest edition, folks, is over 300 pages, expanded to 320 pages. That's about 30, 35 pages more than the second edition. And actually, precisely 32 pages more than the second edition. It has the latest coin values. It's got record prices for Franklin's and Kennedy half dollars since the second edition. And that was really, really important. As this book was about to go to print, there was an auction that had some Franklin's and Kennedys in the auction that were really, really top quality Franklin's and Kennedy half dollars. And they sold for phenomenal prices. Here's one, for example, in 1951 that sold in an auction for, it was a 6.7 plus, sold for over $82,000. Blew away the old record, folks, $82,000. Here's a 56 Type 1, sold for $26,000. Blew away the old auction price. Here's a 61, folks, over $40,000, and that could have gone a lot higher. That coin there, I saw that coin and I was going to bid on it, but I knew I had a lot of clients who were interested in that coin, and so I didn't bid on it because I didn't want to bid against any of my clients. So anyhow, I didn't bid on it. The coin ended up selling for $40,800, and the next day I got a call from one of the clients, and he said, just guess what I got? I said, what? He said, I bought the 1961 that was in the auction for $40,800, and it was a great deal. I would have paid a lot more for it, and and I knew that. I could have put a couple bids, folks, and that coin could have gone for $60,000, $70,000. Okay, easily. That's how hot this market is. I've got a set of Franklin's for you today. This is kind of a point in time that just doesn't happen very often. I've got some proof Franklin's in extraordinary proof 67 condition. Now, this is a very high grade for proof Franklin's, and I have them at a great price. A lot of these Franklin's, folks, I actually bought a couple years ago when the prices were a little bit lower. And I had sent them to NGC, and the package disappeared. And I called NGC. They hadn't received the package, and it was I had to do some detective work. They hadn't gotten the package. I called some dealers in the area. That was in the area where the NGC headquarters was located. And I ended up talking to a dealer that had just bought a whole bunch of Franklin's from somebody. And I said, really, could you give me the dates? And they were the exact dates that I had sent to NGC for grading. Now, this was a couple of years ago, at least 2 years ago, maybe 2.5 years ago. And it turned out to be those coins. And so I couldn't, though, immediately get the coins back, because what they had to do is what we did is we had a sting operation. I told this dealer, I said, tell you what, you got the guy's phone number, call him back, tell him you got a great deal on those coins, does he have any more, and have him come back in, call the Postmaster General, have the agents ready there, so when the guy comes back in, you can arrest him. So that's what they did. He called the guy came back, and the agents were there ready to arrest him. He was arrested. You cannot steal U.S. mail. That is a federal offense. Unfortunately, though, they had to hold the coins as evidence. All right, and so they've been holding them as evidence for a couple of years. So I finally got them back, and I got a lot of those coins in the set I have for you today. And the beauty of it is, folks, again, I bought them over 2 years ago, because I got them at a really, really good price. Because if I were to buy them now, folks, I'd be paying about 20 to 30% more. I mean, there was a just last night. 1951, Franklin, a proof 68, a coin that we've been selling for in 68 for $10,000 to $11,000. Okay, here's one that's sold in auction for $12,000. And here's the thing, that's another one of those coins that I could have put, I had bid on it and I was overbid. I could have put another bid on it. I could have put a bid of $13,000 on it, but then I would have been overbid. Most assuredly, I would have been overbid by whoever was after that. I mean, the intensity of the hunt for superb Franklins is really, really strong. And that coin could easily have gone for $15,000 or more. Here's another coin here, 1950 in proof 67. Now, the last one that sold in this particular auction, this beat the old record for this date in this particular auction house by about 20%. And that was another coin I just gave up on. I just gave up. I couldn't bid any higher, but that was another coin that could have gone for $7,000 to $9,000. The key date, the 1950 proof 67. Take a look at what I have for you folks. The Franklins were struck in proof from 1950 to 1963. This is the perfect time to buy proof Franklin half dollars. You've got several things going on here. First of all, these were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint. Franklin half dollars were the last series struck on 90% silver planchets. And they were using the old proof-making technologies when they were being struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Today, most proof coins, when you buy proof sets, are struck at the San Francisco Mint. The technology is very, very advanced. All the coins are very high quality. The packaging is high quality, so every coin is superb. In these early years at the Philadelphia Mint, coins of this quality are so rare, and this is why the demand has been so strong. They're harder and harder to find with each passing week, literally. And what I have today are a couple options as far as getting you off on the right track. I have the last 7 dates of the series from 1957 to 1963. 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. I have that one set. And if you acquire that set, you will also get a limited edition. You will get a limited library hardcover edition of this 3rd edition of the Franklin and Kennedy half dollar guide with your set. Compliments of me, it's going to be signed and numbered. I've got fairly good quantities of this first set. Again, we just got some of those coins back from NGC that had been stolen and were recovered. So I've got over 50 of those sets from 1957 to 1963. The second set, though, with these earlier dates, these are so rare in this condition. A lot of these early coins that were struck in what I call the box set era, and in a couple minutes you'll see what a box set is. But I have a handful of these sets from 1952 to 1963. So the only coins you don't have to complete the set would be the 50 and the 51. But what makes this so extraordinary is that here you have a nearly complete set, and you're going to be getting it at a price that it just can't be beat. This is a ground floor opportunity for the collector of today. And you get it here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show because this is my specialty. This is what I've been doing now since the early 1980s. I build finest known collections for my clients. You can find many of my clients' collections featured on the NGC and PCGS registries with the #1 finest known collections of Franklin half dollars, Morgan dollars, Walking Liberty half dollars. The list goes on. Barber half dollars. This is what I do for my clients. Washington quarters. Now, first of all, the 1957 to 1963 Franklins. A couple minutes ago, I talked about how the technology, the proof-making process, was not very advanced. And it was kind of the prehistoric era. They were making proof at the Philadelphia Mint in the 1950s, early 60s. They were using the same basic technology they had been using since the 1800s. Here's a great example of the kind of quality you would typically get from the U.S. Mint. This was a deal of 100 sealed 1958 proof sets that I acquired, about over a year ago. And I would show this presentation every once in a while to new viewers where I would cut open a couple of these sets and they would see how the low quality of the coins. This deal, you know, I was hoping to get some really nice proof Franklins out of it, but I opened like 10 sets and every one of them was spotted, had milk spots all over it. And I just, right there, I said, you know what, this is one of those batches where they're going to all be spotted. So I'm just going to use this as an educational tool for the viewers so they can understand why these coins are so rare in proof 67 condition. Here's a couple I randomly took out. I can pick out, here's Sasha. Let's see, which, I'll take this one here. This is all, folks, this is all going to be random, okay? We're going to pick two. I have no idea what they're going to look like. This could be the first flawless 58, Sasha, right here in front of the viewers. You never know. This is what makes it so much fun. You never know what you're going to get. But I'm going to play a hunch, and I'm going to conclude, surmise it's probably going to be spotted like all the others. Now, this one is actually far superior. I mean, this is one of the best ones I've ever seen. This 1958. Take a look at it. This is how it comes out. Okay, this is the original cellophane envelope as it came from the mint. You see how they're in their individual compartments. And that 58 does look pretty good, right? That's a nice looking coin. However, what we're going to do now, I'm going to cut out both the half and the quarter because they both have the problem that I referred to earlier of milk spots. Now here's the quarter. I'm going to hand it to Sasha. Milk spots, folks. Their quality control back in those early days at the Philadelphia Mint was not what it is today. One of the procedures is that you see that spot, there's a couple spots. Right in front of his eye is the large one. There's a smaller one near the one in the date 1958. I don't know if there's any on the back. Those don't come off, folks. One of the procedures, you can see a small spot under the eagle's wing there on the left. One of the procedures was to take the silver coin blanks and wash them in a soap solution. And then they were supposed to wash all that soap solution off the blank before it went into the die. Unfortunately, such was usually not the case. Usually, some of that soap residue would be left on the coin blank. And so when that coin went into the die, you had 200 tons of pressure that was used for the $50 to come down to strike that coin. And once that 200 tons of pressure came down, that residue was struck into the coin. It became part of the coin. Now, this is a nicer example, but there are numerous spots there. You can see the one at 3 o'clock that's very obvious. There's one below his chin. There's one right in the back of his eye there, right, Sasha? And one right to the left of the E in Liberty. So I'm seeing, what, 3, 4 very obvious spots right there, even though this is one of the best ones I've seen from this group so far. Is there anything on the back? The back looks pretty good. There is the one spot right above the Liberty Bell. I'm going to open one more set here, see what we come up in this second set, and they'll all be random, folks. I mean, you never know, because again, it's where the residue happened to be on the coin blank. So we're open one other set here. I'm going to cut it out real quickly, not spend too much time. But so they only struck 875,000 1958 proof halves. But how many grade proof 67 that don't have milk spots, don't have hairlines? Very, very, very few. And there you can see all the spots in the back of his head there. That's a little more typical, folks. And it was just cut out of a proof set. It was a sealed set. This, I mean, it's very rare nowadays you get a seal. This is 60 years old. These sets were unopened. They're 60 years old. Those kind of deals rarely come along very often. But when you do get them, this is what you typically get. You know, this is not what you want your proof coins to look like. Now, you've seen that. Sasha, could you show them the 58 in the set we have here? Take a look at that, folks. I mean, that is what you want a 58 to look at like, but there's so few and far between like that. This is perfection to the human eye. The highest grade any 58 has ever received is Proof 69. That's the highest grade, okay? This is virtual perfection. I'm going to price these coins in 1 minute. One thing you have to know about me, folks, is that I do not, and I've never offered you coins that I don't really believe in, that I don't think offer you a great long-term opportunity. I'm just not interested in doing that. So you've never seen me, for example, offer bullion coins. Okay, because when you offer bullion coins, you'll see these guys offering bullion coins, and they'll talk about all these experts, these prognosticators who are predicting silver will hit $100 an ounce by the end of the year, or $200 an ounce by the end of the year. You know, I remember one dealer, this is about the year 2011, when silver was $47 an ounce on another station. You're saying, folks, such and such, he's saying this could hit $600 an ounce within 2 years. Back up the truck, buy these silver coins now. I mean, back up the truck, this is the time to buy. Well, that's when silver was $47 an ounce. Right now, it's about $16 an ounce, okay? So everybody that took his advice is really taking a bath. Now, I do believe that there will come a time when silver will hit $47 an ounce again. I think there'll be a time when it hits even $100 an ounce and more. The only thing I'm saying is I have no idea when that time will be. Could be in a year, could be in 5 years, it could be in 25 years. Who knows, you know? What I do know, though, are rare coins. And what I do always focus on are what I call the 3 legs of the stool. I'm always looking for coins for my clients that exhibit exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality for their date, and are rare in the condition they're being offered in. And I try to get those coins to my clients at the best possible lowest price. And if I follow that formula over the long term, things usually end up pretty well. So for example, in our talk about silver versus Proof 67 Franklins, I've got some 2011 prices. April 2011, silver was $47 an ounce. Now it's about $16, a huge drop. Okay, I've never promoted bullion, folks. I didn't touch this stuff. During that same time, I was offering Franklins in Proof 67. You could have picked up a set for about $4,000, maybe even a little less. Today, that's the same set is around $10,000. Now, I would say that pricing is a little old, folks, because over the last several weeks, again, with my book coming out and everything, I mean, there was a Franklin I was trying to bid on that I couldn't get for $6,000, just for the 1950. Okay, so when they make their price guide changes on the NGC price guide, it's probably going to be 10 to 20% revised higher. The beauty of these sets is that many of these coins that I have, again, I bought several years ago, so my cost in them is well below what I'm paying currently for nice high-grade Proof 67 Franklins. If you go shop around, let's take them date by date. Here's a 1958 Proof 67. I've just got a few here. $400 for a Proof 67. Again, tough coin. It's a tough coin. $400. Here's a 1959. $450. So that's $850 for those two. $850. Here's a 57. $200. That's $1,050. Here's a 61. $350. So we're at $1,400 there. Here's a 62 Proof 67, $195. So we're at, what, $1,600? Now here's a 57 and Proof 67. This dealer is asking $10,000 for. This is what I would call an outlier, folks. Sometimes you get some prices that are just, you know, wacky, like from the planet Mongo or something. You know, who knows where he got that number from? But that's, it's a $200 coin. It's not a $10,000 coin. So we're at $1,600. Did I ever get a 60 in here? Here's a 60. Oh, this is another crazy price of $10,000. Here's a 63. I don't think I did a 63. $350. So we're around a couple $1,000s. We're around a couple $1,000s. That's where the market is at for really nice Proof 67 Franklins. Okay, take a look at this set. You're going to get all of these pieces. 1957 to 1963. I used to be able to offer this set from 1956 to 63, But again, these are getting harder and harder to find. I have a limited number of these sets because there are so many dates that are so hard to get in Proof 67. I'm even having a hard time getting a whole, well, the 58 has always been difficult, but so is the 59, the 60, the 61, the 62, all really difficult. And so this is why you're seeing dealers asking $300, $400, $500 a coin for some of these. I've got these coins, folks, all 7 of these dates. I'm going to do the math right here, and you're going to get a free copy hand signed of my hardcover library limited edition, okay? That's compliments of me. I really want to get you started off on the right foot, and with this set, you certainly are. This set comes out to $85 a coin, $599 for the set. $599 for the complete set, 1957 to 1963 in Proof 67 condition. Now, if you really want to go big, I've got the next set over. And this is the biggest set I have in Proof 67 condition. I have a half a dozen of these sets that go from 1952 to 1963. And when you get into these early years, folks, they get incredibly rare. Take a look at that 1952. It's extraordinary. Hairline free, no heavy toning. They are so rare like this. You got 2 things going. Number one is they have really low mintages, and these early Franklins were struck during their box set era. Here's one dealer with 1952 to 1963 set in Proof 67. $6,400. Now here is one of the reasons these earlier dates get so rare. When they first started striking Proof Franklins, folks, they didn't issue many sets. They weren't getting that many orders. We were just coming out as a country, just coming out of World War II. A lot of young families. Most people could not afford to collect coins. You know, I mean, we were in a depression for a while after World War II. Think about it. We had to return to a regular, normal peace economy. So all the industries that were making tanks and jeeps and battleships all of a sudden had to retool back to making cars and toasters and all those things that you need during peacetime. And so there was a lot of unemployment, and we didn't really begin to start rebuilding ourselves until the mid-50s, when you saw a lot of people getting established in their work. You saw home ownership begin to rise. People could own TVs. They could own their own car. And so when you saw that increase in wealth, that growing middle class, you saw a huge jump in proof set orders as more and more people, collectors, were able to pursue their passions. And so in 1950, only 51,000 sets were issued. 51, only 57,000. 52, 82,000. But a decade later, 1962, 3.2 million. So it's those early years. But then you had the quality issues. You know, the quality, again, you may have had 3.2 million in 1962, but most of the coins were spotted and hairlined. And you look at the latest population totals, 1952, only 612 graded in Proof 67 condition. 1954, only 2,300 coins. I've got, folks, these early sets, not only do they have the low mintage, but this was the box set era. Blows my mind whenever I see a box set. This is how the U.S. Mint shipped you your proof set back in 1955 and earlier, in a little box like this. And this is an original box. You can see the postage stamp and everything. 1954. And you open it up, and this was already taken apart. These coins had already fallen out. But each coin would be in its little cellophane envelope, and they would all be stapled together. And I've got one here where I think they're still all stapled together. Here's one that's where they're all wrapped in they'd be wrapped in tissue paper, wrapped in tissue paper and then stapled together. Now these cellophane envelopes, though, were terrible for storage. The envelopes would crack, the coins would fall out, you'd get staple rust. You see these coins here, these are 1954s. This is a proof nickel. You can't even recognize it. It's so heavily toned. It's terrible condition. Here's a proof, this used to be it still is a proof cent, it's just terrible condition. And then the half from this set, which is no longer in the envelope. I mean, it's not a bad coin, but it has a lot of hazy toning, and most of that does not come off. This is a big problem with these early proof coins. So take a look at this set, folks. Here we are in the midst of a time when we're seeing record prices, okay, for superb early Franklins. This is the time to get a set like this. I mean, the 52 alone, here's one dealer, just for the 1952. He wants over $2,000 just for the 1952. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. I've got the entire set, 1952 to 1963. All you are missing are the 50 and the 51. Now, if you had to pay $5,900 for this set, it would be a fair price, but I wouldn't call it a great deal. For the limited time I have these pieces, again, many of these coins were pieces I acquired several years ago. They had been used, they were confiscated by the U.S. government for this criminal case when the coins had been stolen. But I acquired them a few years ago when the prices were a lot lower. Not all the coins in the set, of course, but many of them. So we just got them back, and it's the reason I'm able to offer these at the price I have them at today. Once these are gone, you're going to see the prices increase, I would say, approximately 20%. For now, though, you can get this set 1952 to 1963, folks, for only $3,595. The $3,595. Do the math. $3,595 divided by 12 is less than $300 a coin. Folks, whichever set you choose, it's a home run. If you can swing the 57 to 63 set for $5.99, you know, you really got yourself started on the right foot. But if you can swing the big set and get those early, really rare dates at these kind of prices where you get the entire set for under $300 a coin, you'll have done yourself a huge favor. Again, these are coins, a lot of these coins, the only reason I'm able to offer this set at these kind of prices is because some of these coins were acquired several years ago. They had been in the safekeeping of the U.S. government as evidence, as they had been stolen, and they were recently returned to us. So we're offering you this set based on our cost, as we always do. But if I have to try and put these sets together right now, it's going to cost me a lot more. I mean, the last couple tougher date Franklins I've had to bid on, the 1950, I couldn't get for almost $6,000. And the last one I sold for about $5,000. In closing, I'm going to be closing this out. Again, we got a lot of people calling in. We have a good quantity of the 57 to 63 sets. You're going to get the hardcover limited library edition, folks. This is a $45 value on top of it, okay? If you just want to buy the book by itself, it's $45. The book, there's a great foreword from Q. David Bowers. He's sort of the dean of U.S. numismatic literature. He's written more books on U.S. numismatics than any other coin numismatist in the country. What Q. David Bowers wrote about this book was, to quote David Bowers, "Between these two covers is just about everything you ever wanted to know and more than you ever imagined existed." Here's what the editor of Whitman has to say about it. He's a man who has edited and published so many numismatic books, hundreds and hundreds of them over the last 20 years. Here's what he wrote. "Everything you need to know about collecting America's beautiful and historic modern half dollars, including each proof and every coin minted for circulation, plus special commemoratives and more." You've got everything. You've got the best color pictures of the finest coins in this book. There's over, I think there's about 500 pictures of the finest Franklin and Kennedy half dollars in existence. It's kind of like having the Smithsonian right here in your little library. And that's thrown in, folks. I'm throwing that in. Get one of the sets. One of the things I've offered in closing, I'm going to close with this little piece of advice. There is a really important question to ask yourself when it comes to buying a rare coin. What most dealers and collectors do is ask the question, well, how much is this coin worth today? And what they'll do then is they'll look on, say, a price guide, and if the price guide says the coin is $3,000 and they can get the coin for, say, $2,000, then they buy it because they're getting it for below price guide. They think they're getting a great deal. But what happens if 10 years from now, that coin, which was on the price guide at $3,000 10 years earlier, now on the price guide it's at $1,800, and they paid $2,000 for it 10 years ago? Well, they're behind. The question I always ask, and I want you to ask yourself, is not what is it worth today, but what might it be worth 10 years, 20 years down the road? What is the future potential? And that's what the Franklin set offers. Because here you have a set, the last series struck in 90% silver, proof coins, minted the old-fashioned way, using old-fashioned technology, old-fashioned packaging. These coins are getting harder and harder to find. They were struck in limited quantities. Most of the sets have been picked through at this point. Finding a fresh set with a nice Franklin in it is almost impossible. I mean, I've got all these 58s, they're all spotted. See, that's the kind of coin you will not get. That's the typical Franklin, all spotted as it came out of the proof set. Finding a nice proof 67 Franklin of any date, folks, is getting to be impossible. That's what makes this such an extraordinary deal. I would want you to get involved now. Do it while you can. At these kind of prices, you will not find a better deal anywhere on these superb, fabulous, gorgeous Franklin half dollars. Look at the 58 we have in that set. And this set is only $599, well under $100 a coin. Look at that coin. And it includes the special signed, hand-numbered library edition. $599. And then for those of you who can swing for the monster set, this is the biggest set I've ever offered in proof 67 condition. I have a limited number of these. Those early dates are especially rare. Sasha will show you again. We showed him the 52 earlier, Sasha. Let's show him the 53 this time. And this is an amazing set, 12-coin set, and it's under $300 a coin, folks. It's just a truly, truly phenomenal buying opportunity. Do yourself a favor. Get yourself one of these sets. You will be glad you did. This is something you want to put away for yourself, for your kids, your grandkids. This is a set for the future. The superb proof Franklin half dollars. This has been my specialty for just about 35 years, and I've written several books on them. I mean, Whitman is already asking me about a 4th edition because there are so many record prices for these coins, I mean, with each passing month. Because, again, of the limited supply of nice examples. They're getting harder and harder to find as collectors put the finest examples away in their collections. Once it's in a collection, it's generally gone. So take advantage of it now. I'm very, very proud to be able to offer this, this group. Please stay tuned for the presentation I have coming right up that is a follow-up to this really spectacular set you see here. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show, and we've finally made it, folks. We've made it. Well, we're at the top here. We're on the top of Everest. We're looking down at the rest of the world, the rest of our planet, because what I have now are the key dates, the rarest dates in the Proof Franklin series. It's the 1950 and the 1951, and I have them in the extraordinary grade of Proof 67. Now, one of the reasons, the only reason I'm able to offer these, I have about 5 of each. The only reason I'm able to offer these in this kind of small quantity is because of the fact that I had several that I sent to NGC about 2.5 years ago for grading. And they were intercepted somewhere at the post office. They were stolen, and the package disappeared. Well, we did some detective work. I found the dealer who ended up unknowingly buying the coins from the individual who stole them. And I found that dealer. I talked to him, and we set up a sting operation where he called the individual back who had sold him the stolen goods. And the post office had some inspectors there, and when this gentleman came back in, they arrested him. And so they were able to recover all the stolen coins. However, they had to be held in the safe with the postal inspector as evidence until the trial was over. So the trial just ended. So I've got some of these Franklins in 6-7. And it's a good thing I have them, because it's the only reason I'm able to offer them at the price I have them for you today. Because these coins in this condition are, for very good reason, among the hottest coins in all of U.S. coinage, trying to find some of these tougher Franklins in high-grade condition. There was one, folks, just in auction. This was just a couple days ago that I tried to buy, and I could have bid higher, and I still wouldn't have gotten the coin. This coin, it sold for about 20% higher than any other Franklin that they had ever sold in auction, $5,600. 56.32 there. That's the and I could have put another bid in, but I wouldn't have gotten it. Here's one a dealer wants $6,000 for, which is not a bad price. Not a bad price at all. Here's a 50. Now this is a record price. Proof 65 DCAM. $44,000. And here's a 51 in Proof 67 Plus that sold last year for $82,000. These are all record prices. And I have a lot of these in my most recent book because there are so many record prices being set by these rare date Franklins. And here's another record. This one just closed. Again, I was beat out. I could have put another bid in. I still wouldn't have gotten it. The coin could have easily have gone for $15,000, $16,000. Again, I was going to put one more bid in. However, I happened to be, I wasn't at my desk at the time, so it ended up selling for $12,000. We've been selling these coins for around $10,000, but I think those days are gone. Those days are gone. Take a look at the 50 and the 51s I have for you. These are not only Proof 67, but they're beautiful, brilliant, haze-free, spot-free Proof 67s. These are the key dates. This is the first year of the Franklin series in proof condition. In mid-state, they started striking the coins in 1948, but they didn't start striking the proof coins until 1950. They only struck around 51,000 examples. There's only a couple hundred that have survived in Proof 67, and of those, maybe 100 are brilliant, as you see here. Here's what I say about the 1950 in my book. I mean, when I get a 50 like this, I am just, it's a joyous occasion, a 50 or a 51, because these were the years when they first began making proof coins once again. They had discontinued making proof coins after 1942. When they resumed proof making in 1950, it was like it was a lost art. So here's what I say about the 1950. The overall quality of the 1950 Proof Franklin is very poor. Most examples are heavily hairlined, and many are struck from proof dies that obviously were being used beyond the point of their useful life. These latter coins exhibit shallow proof mirrors and may also have some pitting on the high points of Franklin's cheek and jawline on the obverse and on the center portions of the Liberty Bell on the reverse. Another problem plaguing the 1950 Proof Franklin are glue stains acquired from the method of packaging. From 1950 through mid-1954, the Philadelphia Mint encased each proof coin in its own small cellophane envelope, And these envelopes would be stapled together, and quite often some of the glue from those envelopes would leave some residue on one of the proof coins in 1950. Now, you got this first year of issue. You get one like this that's essentially a perfect coin, folks. You know, and it's something you can't detect by just giving a casual glance to a coin. I mean, if you walked into a coin show and they didn't have a good grading light and you looked at this coin is a proof 62, folks. But if it wasn't in this holder and you saw it in the flip and they didn't have great lighting and you didn't see it in the holder, you'd say, wow, this is a gem. This thing looks like it's a proof 67. It's fantastic. I don't see a hairline on it. Here's what I'm going to do. We haven't done this in a while. I brought up my halogen light. I haven't used my halogen light in maybe at least 6 months, maybe a year. Halogen light is a great light for coin grading. It's a very harsh light. It reveals every little scratch and light hairline that you don't see under normal lighting. I highly recommend it if you're going to grade coins. They're easy to acquire. You can get a halogen light at your local hardware store. You want to get one that's at least 50 watts. Here's what I'm going to do. This coin is a 1950. We're going to look at it once more. It's in a proof 62 holder. And you may ask, well, why is it a proof 62? It looks perfect. The mirrors are black. There's no spots, nothing. Why is it only a proof 62? Why isn't it a proof 67? I'm going to now take the coin. I've got my hammer here. We're going to go off camera. And I'm going to break it out of the holder. Are you ready? Maybe, Sasha, you could show them the nice coins while I'm hammering away on this one over here. This won't take me, folks, more than about 20 seconds. I think you can hear that. I sound like one of those little shoemaker, little elf guys, you know? That's what I feel. All right. I think we got it here. All right. It's always fun doing something like this. Okay, folks, here we go. There it is. You can see it's all cracked around the edges. Coin is still in there, though, nice and safe. But now I can lift this top off and get the coin out. And now we get to see why it's a proof 62. See, because again, under normal lighting, it looks quite nice. But we're going to put the halogen light on it, folks. This is a great education, okay? And then when I tilt it at just the proper angle, you're going to see all those scratches? Doesn't that blow your mind? It blows mine. I mean, when I first saw this, when I was learning about grading coins, it was really an eye-opener. Look at all those light cleaning lines. You know, you tilt it around, it's covered. Again, with the halogen light. You know, you use a fluorescent light or something else, you might not see any of those lines. And then the reverse, same thing. Now, one of those 50s in proof 67. Do we have one here? I'm not going to crack it out, obviously, but it is a jewel. You don't see any of that, folks. It's a jewel. It's fantastic. This is the best I got. Now, I have a small group of these. The only reason I'm able to offer them at this price is, again, several were from this event that happened a few years ago where the coins were being held by the postal inspector during the trial regarding the theft of my coins. So I acquired them a couple years ago, so I acquired them at a lower price. So I'm able to pass that on today. But once these are gone, I have no idea what the next level is going to be for the 50 and the 51. These are the two key dates, the dates that everybody wants, that I can never keep in stock for longer than a week. I've got a very small group of them. I think I have one of one date, or not, excuse me, not one, but 5 of one date and 4 of another. I think I have 5 51s and 4 50s, I believe. Take a look at these. You know, I'm out there paying right now $5,500 to $6,000 for a 50 in proof 67, all right? I'm offering the piece I have here for basically what I'm buying them at. $5,950 for one of these beautiful, brilliant 50s. That's basically what I'm paying for them right now, $5,950. And it's available on the 2-payment option. You can put half down today of $2,975 and the balance in 30 days of $2,975, and you will own one of the rarest, most undervalued proof coins in all of U.S. numismatics. Here's how many they've graded of the 1950 and the 51, folks, in proof 67. 244 examples graded by NGC, and 321 of the 51. And there's only been a handful graded higher. Now, the 1942 proof Walker, on the other hand, where they only struck 21,1942 proof Walkers. But in proof 67, NGC's graded over 800 examples. The quality was just better. By 1942, the Mint really knew what they were doing when they were making proof coins, and they did a great job. But then when they discontinued proof making after 1942, apparently, you know, those people who became real craftsmen in the art of proof making had left the Mint. And so when they resumed proof making in 1950, they had a new crew there to make these proof coins, and they really weren't familiar with the art, the craft of proof making. It took them several years to begin to learn how to really make beautiful proof coins. So the 50 and the 51 are the rarest key dates. And now the 51 we have, folks, again, it's a beautiful, brilliant specimen. This coin, almost as rare as the 1950. The mintage is almost as low, you know, 57,000 struck. That's it, that's the total mintage. Only 320 graded in 6.7. There's one that sold in 6.8. I was the underbidder, went for $12,000. And I should have bid on, I should have overbid that, but you know, I was away from my desk at the time, and this was bidding over the internet. I didn't get a chance to make another bid, and it could easily have gone for $15,000, $16,000. So this coin is available for $2,900, and it's also available on the 2-payment option. You half down today for $1,450. The balance in 30 days, $1,450, and you will own the second rarest Franklin in the series in superb proof 67 condition. Now finally, we've got some people calling in. I'm going to be closing this off real quickly. If you get both, you're going to save some serious money. Because here's what I'm able to do. Those are already great prices. But if you get both, I'm taking $255 off. And it's only going to be for a limited time, folks, because, again, some of these coins were acquired a few years ago, and they're just coming back now from the Postal Service, where I'm able to offer them. I bought them at a lower level of, you know, when I bought them a few years ago. It's not what I'm paying now for these things. So while I have them, you can own the pair for only $8,595. $8,595 for both the 1950 and the 1951 in superb proof 67 condition. You can get it on the 2-payment option. Half down, $4,297.50. Half down today. And we will put 2 of these aside for you, because that is really important. I have a very limited number of these. We've got people calling in. We may even be sold out as I speak. I don't know, but I'm going to be closing it out in about 15 seconds. You make the second payment, $4,297.50 in 30 days, and you will own 2 of the most important proof coins in all of U.S. numismatics. In closing, yeah, I love United States proof coins. And when it comes to these early years, the 1950 and the 1951, they're almost mythical. They're almost mythical coins because of all the mystery surrounding the quality of these coins, the horrible general overall quality of these 1950 and 1951 proof coins. In every one of my books, I've talked about how poor the quality is of these earliest proof Franklins. Going back to my very first book, This was published in late 1991, early 1992. I mean, I've seen, this is really fascinating. I've seen these being offered on Amazon, folks. Some people are offering have my original book, and they're asking over $1,000 for a copy of one of these books that they have, my very first book. That just blows my mind. It's, but, you know, it tells me that the book has all the good information that collectors need to make the best possible buying decisions, and that's why I wrote the book, you know, to give you good information, so it'll be good for generations to come. And here's what I wrote back in my very first book. This is really interesting. The very first thing I write about the 1950. It is astonishing that one can look at U.S. proof coins made in the mid and late 1800s, when the Industrial Revolution was in its infancy, and find them with lovely, deep mirrors, full strikes, and gorgeous frosted cameo devices. And then look at proof Franklins made in the early 1950s, when U.S. technology was leading the world, and find these coins with shallow mirrors, pitted devices, and every form of horrendous dye polishing and hairlines imaginable. Now, I go on to say that the fact that the Mint did not produce proofs from 1943 to 1949 may have been a contributing factor to the generally poor quality of these early Franklin proofs. So everything I said back then when I first started writing that book in 1985, 86, it's even more true today. And so, folks, when you go to a coin show and you see a 1950 Franklin like this in a coin flipper, maybe in a capital holder, and it's not graded, and it looks great, well, just because it looks great in the capital holder doesn't mean it's a good coin. You put it under a halogen light, and the halogen light is the truth teller. It tells you exactly if it's a good, it tells you precisely, is it a good coin or not? And this is your typical 1950 Franklin, loaded with hairlines, low-grade proof quality. Even though they only struck about 50,000, almost all of them are this kind of substandard quality, just hairlined to the max. What I have for you today are among the finest known, and they're all fully brilliant condition. Get yourself the pair, both for only $8,595. King Kong set of proof Franklin half dollars. The United States proof coins from the 20th century, these two key dates, boy, these are right at the top of desirability for the 20th century. That's all I have to say for now. I think I've covered all the high points, folks. These are two fabulous, fabulous specimens. I love getting these coins even in proof 65 grade. I mean, I buy all the proof 65s I can get. And right now we're sold out of the proof 66s. I had a bunch of proof 66s and they're gone. And the only reason I have these proof 67s, you know, is again, because of this event where there was a theft of my coins, and they were being held by the postmaster for a couple of years during the trial, and now I've got them. So now we have this opportunity. So I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. You probably heard about that Franklin half dollar that recently sold in auction. First Franklin ever to sell over $100,000. It was in 1958. Sold with the buyer's fee for $129,250. Now, it was a couple years back, folks, I was telling you that there would come a time when we'd see Franklin selling for over $100,000. And now that time has come. And I'm going to tell you right now that there will come a time when we'll see a Kennedy half dollar selling for over $100,000, because there are some extraordinary rarities in the Kennedy series as well. And I got a great coin for you today, folks. Boy, when I hear from collectors that telling me that coins cost too much, no, they don't. Not if you know what to look for. Just like everything else in life, it's about knowing what to look for and being in the right place at the right time, and knowing the right people. I've got an incredible offer for you today. It's the first year of issue of the Kennedy half dollar, 1964, in extraordinary proof condition. Now, in 1964, they were still struck at the Philadelphia Mint. They had all kinds of quality control problems. They came in what we call flat packs. Here's a 1964. Here's the packaging it came in, as you see here. And then they were in these cellophane envelopes. And you cut the coin out. They had just major quality control problems back in this early era. You have to understand that back then, folks, proof making was really a craft, and you had good craftsmen and you had guys that weren't so good. Here they didn't do a very good job of washing the coin blank before it went into the die, so you had all kinds of soap residue from the cleaning process that was left on the blank when it went into the die, struck into the coin, and so you have all this spotting all over the coin. A very common problem in 1964. Again, this was done by craftsmen, and you had good craftsmen and you had a lot of not so good craftsmen. Nowadays, everything is mechanized, everything is computerized. When you buy a proof set today, they're all fabulous. You get a 1964 set, folks, usually the quality is really poor. The highest grade NGC has ever given a 1964 Kennedy is proof 69. What I have today are some phenomenal proof 68 examples for you. I have them at a great price. I have about 350 of these coins from an extraordinary estate. 350 of the finest 1964 first year of issue, 90% silver Kennedy half dollars. The quality is just off the charts. Look at this coin. It is flawless to the eye. Absolutely spectacular. Now, this is only going to be 8-9 minute long presentation. I have a limited number of these again, and I have them at a great price. I don't want you to buy one of these. You need to buy more than one. You know, if you go to get these graded yourself, you're going to have to pay all kinds of grading fees. It's going to cost you $16 for them to grade the coin. That's the lowest grading fee they have at NGC. They're going to charge you $8 for handling, $23 to ship it back to your registered mail. You have your shipping costs. You have the cost of the coin. At the minimum, the coin is going to cost you $80 to $120. And it's probably not going to grade as high as Proof 68, folks. So this is why when you see dealers offering Kennedy half dollars, they're usually $100 and above for high-grade examples. There's one for $100 for a Proof 66. Here's a Proof 67 for $300. Now you get to a Proof 68 like we have here. There's $199, there's $399, here's one for $400. Here's dealer 100% positive feedback, $600 for a Proof 68. I don't price the coins I get on what the market will bear. In other words, just because I may be able to get $399 for the coin or $350 for the coin, that's not what I'm going to base my price on. My price is always based on my cost. And if I get a great deal, and I get some of the greatest deals in the United States proof coins because I've specialized in these coins since the early 1980s. I've written several books on them. So I get the opportunity to buy some great collections. And when I get them and I get them at a great price, there's nothing that makes me happier than to pass the savings on to you. So I've got these 1964 Kennedys in Proof 68 condition. And I'm able to offer one of these coins. Take a look at one of these now, folks. This is while I have them. I have around 350 examples, okay? It was from an extraordinary estate. I'm able to offer these while I have them. Not $399 or $350 or even $199 or even $99. $99, folks, would be a great price. $69. $69 a coin. But I really don't want you to buy one. You know, I've got 350 of these. I want to move them all out. If you buy 10, you can own 10 for only $590. But I really don't want you to buy just 10. I'd like you to get 20. And here's what I'll do if you get 20. If you get 20 of these, you can own 20. Listen real closely now. You can own 20 for $990. That's $49.50 a coin. And as a special bonus, when I bought this collection, there were thousands of sets, thousands of 1964 sets in this collection. Some of the coins were Cameo, and they graded Proof 68 Cameo. Now I've got one dealer here. He's offering his Proof 68 Cameo, again, a top-rated dealer, just at one coin for $595 for a Proof 68 Cameo. It's a very rare coin. NGC is only graded around 1,300 examples in Proof 68 Cameo. If you get a set of 20, you get 20 examples for $49.50 a coin, $990, and the 20th coin, folks, will be this bonus Proof 68 Cameo. I have a limited number of these from this estate. This is a limited time offer. It's only while I have these. I bought this collection. These are the grades I got out of the collection. We got some cameos, and again, it was a bonus for me, and I'm passing the bonus on to you. Take advantage of it. 20 spectacular 1964 Kennedys. This first year of issue was struck on a 90% silver planchet at the Philadelphia Mint without a Philadelphia Mint mark. And you're getting them in Proof 68 condition, one grade from the highest grade. And the 20th coin, if you get the 20 coin deal, the 20th coin will be a Proof 68 Cameo. Folks, here's the total NGC population. Total graded in Proof 68 Cameo. Out of a total mintage of almost 4 million proof sets. This is total NGC PCGS combined population, 12,364 graded in Proof 68. I've got approximately 350 examples here for you today. Take advantage of it. $990 for 20 examples. The 20th coin will be a stunning Proof 68 Cameo. The whole deal for only $49.50 a coin. This is a great little deal. This is a great place to start. You're going to get this rare key date in a series that's growing, in popularity by leaps and bounds with each passing month. You're getting the key date in extraordinary condition, and as a bonus, again, because I got this bonus when I bought this collection, these cameos, I'm passing it on to you folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you.
Right now of very unique Kennedy half dollars. Now, the Kennedy half dollar is the most popular half dollar the United States of America has ever issued, and originally struck in 1964 to honor the fallen president. A lot has happened in the series of Kennedy half dollars, but consistency and collectability and demand has never wavered. And I want to give you a little example of just how popular the Kennedy half dollar is. Now, what we're going to be featuring in this presentation, folks, is the beginning of a brand new series of Kennedy half dollars that began in 2019. There was a switch in the purity of the silver that the Kennedy half dollar was struck in. This took place in 2019. Now, the silver Kennedy half dollars were always a high percentage of silver, 90%. But in 2019, the Mint decided that they would change things and make every Kennedy half dollar from that moment on in pure .999 fine silver, the purest silver you can get. This has made a dramatic impression on collectors because the beginning of a new series is what everybody gets excited about. So we have the very first of this series in pure silver, the second, and for this year, 2021, a very special issue that's going to have very special labeling. But before we do anything, let's take a look at the actual coins. Every one of these coins are certified a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. These are the highest designation in terms of the Cameo, Ultra Cameo, and in terms of the grade. Each one of these coins is a perfect Proof 70 grade. Now I want you to take a look at that number, 70. Whenever you see that number, it could be preceded by the proof designation, as you see right there, or it could even be preceded by the MS, the mint state designation. But one thing that the 70, the number 70, indicates is absolute perfection. And the labeling, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2019s, they're the very first ones of their kind. So they are labeled first year of the .999 silver. The 2020s are first day of issue, and the 2021s are something very special, which we're lucky enough to be able to participate in, advanced releases. And let me just say, advanced releases only done for 2021, this is the first time, are a very special label, because advanced release are offered to us before they are offered to anybody else, before the official release date by the U.S. Mint. So they are very, very special coins. Now, I was talking about mintages, and I want to show you why the Kennedy half dollar is the most popular half dollar the United States has ever issued, and one of the most popular coins in all the world. And here's why. Because there are millions of Kennedy half dollar collectors. And as you can see, we're featuring on this table all proof coins. And you can see the mintages as they are ordered every year by us collectors directly from the mint. And you can see how many Kennedy half dollar collectors there are in the world. Now, many of these coins that you see on these tables are part of your collections right now, as you are amassing a complete run of Kennedy half dollars. This is a very, very lofty endeavor. But we're beginning right now with a brand new series, so you got a leg up on everybody. You're getting an opportunity to buy the first 3 newly minted pure silver Kennedy half dollars, beginning with the first one. And we're going to be offering these coins individually as well, ladies and gentlemen. But as you can see, throughout the years, beginning in 1964, millions of collectors own these coins. And there's the difficult part. As I'm going to explain, the scarcity of these coins in perfect grade is something that's really alarming to collectors. There are very few available, and I want to make sure you get an opportunity to participate. You're going to see one series closing out on this table and a new series beginning with 2019. And that's what we're all about, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want to give you the price of this 3-coin set, and I also want to give you an opportunity to buy each one of the coins in this 3-coin set individually. You would not believe the amount of information that I have written here. And as I started to think about the Kennedy half dollar and I started to think about the series, I really remembered when I was 7 years old, 1964, given a Kennedy half dollar that had just been released. I thought it was the greatest thing ever. And it actually started me on a lifetime of coin collecting and being interested in all different kinds of coins, and just observing this coin that actually bore the portrait of the president who had recently been slain. And the whole thing came together to mark a point in history. And the Kennedy half dollar really became a memorial to the fallen president. We're offering this 3-coin collection, ladies and gentlemen, for $679. And in a minute, I'm going to tell you how, for $679, you can participate in a deal that would cost you over $3,000 to put together, maybe even $3,500 to put together. $679. That includes the 2019, the 2020, and the 2021, all struck at San Francisco, all the highest possible grade and cameo designation. In other words, these are the pinnacle in Kennedy half dollars. No finer grade, no finer designation exists. Now, I want to give the price to everybody right now for the individual coins because I've got so much information to disseminate. I don't want you guys to miss out on the action. As an individual offering, the 2019, the first year, we're offering this coin for $169. This is a big numismatic event because this was the very first pure silver Kennedy half dollar, and forevermore, this coin will be pure silver. But you gotta have the first one, but you may not get an opportunity to have the first one in a perfect grade for very much longer. Because ladies and gentlemen, let me show you why this is big news. Take a look. The mintage of the 2019 pure silver Kennedy half dollars was over 400,000. And that's a pretty small mintage. You can look back at a lot of other Kennedy half dollars and they're in the millions. Now I want you to notice between both of the grading services, how many coins have been certified in a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo or deep cameo designation. And as you can see, NGC has populated only 3.8% of the entire mintage of the 2019s in a perfect grade. This is alarming. In fact, when I saw the figures, I was flabbergasted because when you start to investigate how the mint strikes these coins, it's an amazing process. And if you ever get the opportunity to watch a video of proof coinage being struck at the U.S. Mint at San Francisco, it's really going to open your eyes to the amount of labor and artistry and technology and the techniques of striking that go in to striking these coins. In spite of all of that, not even 4% of these coins will certify in a perfect grade. Not even 4%. And ladies and gentlemen, what that means is that if you submit 10 of these coins, you'll barely get one in a perfect grade, statistically. And so I started to work the numbers. And we found some of these coins selling individually, ungraded, that you may want to investigate and see how it shakes out. And what we found is $67.50 is the current going rate right now for one of these coins, uncertified, that could be suitable for certification. So as I ran these numbers in each one of these dates, I was shocked. Without certification fees, you're looking at over $2,000 to put this 3-coin set together. And on an individual basis, for instance, for the 2019, if you submit 10 of these coins, that would be $675. If you submit 10 of them, you'll barely get one in a perfect grade. So what I'm trying to illustrate to everybody out there is that's what we do at Rare Collectibles. We do all the legwork. We do all the heavy lifting. We do all the searching, acquiring, and hand-picking these coins for coins that will grade in the stratosphere, coins that will be the ultimate, coins that will be the finest known. Every one of the coins in this deal fall into that category. So now, let's really get into it. Let's take a look at the other years. Dramatic. Not even 2% of all the 2020s have ever been certified in a perfect grade. And for the 2021s, the way it's running right now, folks, and of course, all the figures aren't in yet, but it is not even 2% there as well, more like 1.5%. So ladies and gentlemen, again, I will say $679 for this set in the highest grade, and it is alarming to learn that hardly any of these coins have been certified, and this could be your last chance to get one or the entire set. and I think I've made my case there, of the ultimate rarity of these coins. This is surprising. It's shocking. When you start doing the research, it's an eye-opener. Now, on an individual basis, the 2019s, $169. The 2020, the first day of issue, in a perfect grade. These are the ultimate, ladies and gentlemen. No higher grades can be attained on these coins. $295 for the 2020s. And for 2021, in a special advanced releases label, also a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo designation, $289. Ladies and gentlemen, just to put this deal together, you will find yourself spending over $1,000 for each and every one of these years individually to try to put together these coins just to garner a perfect grade for one of each one of the years. It's tough buying perfection. It's tough competing with millions of collectors all over the world. But when you look at the Kennedy half-dollar mintages for the collector, there's millions and millions of them. Every one of these coins, I'm going to tell you that right now, every one of these coins are in coin collections today or being offered as complete coin collections. To collect an entire series of Kennedy half-dollars in the ultimate grade is hard. It's almost as hard as putting together a complete Morgan dollar collection. Almost as hard as putting together a complete proof Silver Eagle collection. Even harder than a mint state collection. Collectors are becoming Kennedy half-dollar collectors by the millions. By the millions, ladies and gentlemen. The most popular half-dollar ever has been recognized as the memorial to the fallen president. Even to this day, over 50 years later, they're still put away. They're still in coin collections. There are collectors striving to accumulate every single year. But how about this? How about being able to start collecting the brand new series of the Kennedy half-dollar in pure silver, which began in 2019 in the ultimate grade, and you get the first 3 years right off the bat, and you are absolutely not being left out of anything, and you're current. So we got all the prices out there. We're at $169 for an individual 2019. We're at $295 for an individual 2020. And we're at $289 for an individual 2021. Now, as a complete collection, we're at $679. Now, I want to quickly read to you folks NGC's definition of advanced releases. NGC offers the advanced releases designation for select coins that are purchased by selected designated mint customers prior to the publicly posted first day of issue. So what this means, ladies and gentlemen, a few numismatic concerns, of which we are one, are invited to literally butt in the front of the line and bypass everybody else and get these coins as advanced releases prior to anybody else getting them. Invite only. And it covers only about 10% of the entire mintage. So right off the bat, we're going in with extreme shortages being offered. We can't get as many coins as our collectors want. So advanced releases, this is the first year, by the way, so we're including that in this collection because this is historic and it's groundbreaking. So not only do you get the highest designation of the finish, the deep cameo, the ultra cameo, but you also get something that had never been done before. And that something that had never been done before is a 2019 in pure silver, advanced releases labeling that had never been done before 2021. So this collection of the three first Kennedy half-dollars in pure silver is more than a winner. It's numismatically historic. Now, the Kennedy half-dollar was designed by Gilroy Roberts, the obverse, and the reverse by Frank Gasparo. And ironically, the obverse of the coin was nearly exactly identical to Kennedy's inaugural medal. and the reverse featured the presidential seal. Instant classic. The United States Mint has always concentrated, especially for collector coins, on a couple of things. Letting the world know the artistry that the Mint is capable of. The pure numismatic artistry of design and coin striking ability. No mint does it like the United States Mint. So over the generations, as technology has advanced, the Mint has put that striking capability using that technology on display with collector issues. That's what we have right here. And in spite of all the technology that the Mint possesses and employs in the striking of these coins, such a small fraction of the entire mintage of every year will grade in absolute perfection. It's really alarming. And what's alarming about it is we collectors who want the finest, who want to get in on coins before the world discovers them, before they get to the stratosphere. This deal at $679, or the individual prices that I've given you, is so short-lived. And the quantities that we have, they absolutely will not remain. There are far too few of these coins anywhere being graded to be out there for any length of time. And I've got some kind of urgency in my voice right now, and the reason is it's clear that once you start looking into it, and once you start doing all the research necessary, you see that the availability in these coins in absolute perfection is but a moment in time. These coins are never touched during the striking process. Never. They go straight from the U.S. Mint coin press, straight at the Mint, into packaging, straight to the grading service. They are never handled. And that is done to maintain that original strike and that original perfection. There's a special coining area in the Mint that is designated just for these collector-proof coins to be produced. There's a high rejection rate. For every one of these coins, it is said that 2 or 3 don't even pass the inspection. They're thrown into the melt bucket and they start all over again. The finest hand-finished die pairs are used in the striking of these coins to bring out all that high relief detail, that rim that you see rising, the design of Kennedy's profile in the frosted relief that you see is all because of the great striking capability at the Mint. This is something that is so hard to accomplish. In spite of the most advanced striking techniques, the Mint is able to produce hardly any of these coins that will grade in a perfect grade. Now, to cap it all off, I want to show you where some of our competitors are at today. And I've just picked a random coin out of the collection to do a price comparison on. And I want to show you what 2020s are bringing. Now, 2020s had a pretty small mintage, right around 300,000. And I want you to take a look where the world is at right now. Here's a coin that's being offered in 1 grade lower, in a 69 grade of a first day issue for $450. Now, I want you to keep in mind that we're offering that same coin for $295. Now, as a 3-coin collection, it really is your best bet because you're saving a lot of money and you're also acquiring the first coins in a brand new series of Kennedy half dollars, of pure silver Kennedy half dollars. Now, of course, from now on, all the Kennedy half dollars are going to be in pure silver, and a new series is born, or was born, in 2019. I don't want you to miss out. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much that can be said about the Kennedy half dollar. From the frantic days right after Kennedy's assassination of November 22nd of 1963, where 5 days later, a coin was conceived of to honor the fallen president, and production was immediately begun. And you fast forward all the way to 2021, and the legend and the lore of the Kennedy half dollar is stronger than ever. And collectors are accumulating Kennedy half dollars from every year to put together a complete collection. And numismatically speaking, you have something of great rarity. Well, here's your opportunity to start with a brand new series in a brand new pure silver purity like you have never seen before, including the one and only advanced releases label, including first year of issue, including first day of issue, every coin a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, the rarest of them all, for $679. And don't forget, you can buy each one of the dates individually priced as well. Kennedy half dollars, the 3-coin set, $679 here at Rare Collectibles TV in the ultimate grade and the ultimate cameo designation. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles, and I'll see you soon.
I have got a great, rare United States gold coin for you today, folks. The coin was struck at the turn of the century. Now, when I say the turn of the century, I'm not talking about the year 2000. This coin was struck in 1900. To survive in this condition that I have them in, this is the only time I've had this date in this condition, in this quantity. We have just over 100 examples. I will never have anything like this again of this date, this 1900p $10 Liberty Eagle in mint state 63 condition. I don't care if you've been watching coin TV shows for the last 30 years. You've never seen anything like this, folks. This coin is so rare. You know, they only struck back in 1900 293,000 examples. And far fewer than that have survived. These coins should not exist because back in the 1930s, almost 50% of all the $10 Eagles were melted back down into gold bars by the United States Mint. How these survived is a most fascinating story. Now, first of all, it's called the $10 Eagle because up until 1850, this was the largest gold coin struck by the United States Mint. Now, $10 back in 1900, folks, was a lot of money. That was somebody's wages for at least a week. Not very many people could afford to have a $10 gold piece in the pocket. So the Mint struck gold coins of various sizes and denominations, beginning with the $1 gold piece on the far left. Next to that $1 gold piece, you had a $2.50 gold piece, which was referred to as the quarter eagle. And then you even had a $3 gold piece. And right in the middle there, you had a $4 gold piece, which we referred to as the Stella. And that was only struck for a couple of years. And then there was the half eagle, the $5 gold piece with just about a quarter ounce of gold. And then the largest gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint until 1850, the $10 Eagle with just about a half an ounce of gold. Now, in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And so with this abundance of gold, the U.S. Mint was able to strike an even larger gold coin in 1850, twice the size of the Eagle. And so that coin was referred to as the double Eagle. But the Eagle I have today, folks, is so rare. Now, I've had 1900p Liberty double Eagles in the past. Those coins are available in far larger numbers than this coin I have today. The 1900p double Eagle, in fact, the U.S. Mint struck almost 2 million examples. Let me look it up in my reference guide to give you the exact number of how many were struck of the 1900p. The exact number was 1,874,000 of the $20 gold piece. But the $10 gold piece, 293,000 examples. And so few have survived in the condition you see these coins. This is a Mint State 63. This is extraordinary quality. These are among the finest known. If you go to the Smithsonian is the home of the greatest coin collection of United States coins in the world. The 1900p $10 eagle in the Smithsonian is a Mint State 63. Now, what does Mint State 63 mean? If you're new to numismatics, what does that mean? Well, first of all, it means that the coin was uncirculated. In other words, it never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. It was never used for spending. It was never used in commerce. It never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. The coin was struck. The coin would be dumped into a bin as part of the minting process. One coin would fall on top of another. So they would all have bag marks from the minting process. They would go through coin counting machines. And then they would be dumped into bags like you see here. And those bags would be shipped to banks around the country. Now, that 63 number is a very high number for a gold eagle. Coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading standard, from a low of 1, which is a very heavily worn coin where you can barely see any of the detail, barely see the date, to a high of 70. 70 is the highest possible grade. It represents perfection under high magnification. There are no gold coins, folks, $10 eagles at grade 70 or 69. I mean, there's a few 65s. There's only a handful of 63s. What 63 represents? If you can imagine that bag that came straight from the United States Mint, that bag of $10 eagles, you open up the bag and you take the coins out of the bag. Examples with the most bag marks, the heaviest bag marks, would be Mint State, but they would be the lowest Mint State grade. The lowest Mint State grade for an uncirculated coin is an MS 60. If it's anything below a 60, it's circulated. So a 60 would be an uncirculated coin, but they'd be the coins with the most bag marks from that bag. 6-1 would be coins with fewer bag marks. 6-2, fewer bag marks than a 6-1. A 6-3 would be among the most choice examples. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, Sasha has this chart comparing the 1900p $20 gold piece to the 1900p $10 gold piece that I have for you today. Now, I've been able to offer the $20 gold piece on several occasions. And as you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the Mint struck almost 2 million examples of the $20 gold piece, but only 293,000 examples of the $10. In MS-63 population, folks, the 1900p is over 15 times rare in MS-63 condition. And if you go up in grade, say to MS-65, it's over 10 times rarer. Only 3,200 examples graded. And we have just over 100 of those coins today. Coins that shouldn't exist. This is truly a Halley's Comet moment. The only reason these coins exist is, ironically enough, because of the Great Depression. It was 1929. It was economic devastation in this country. In 1933, it was estimated there were approximately 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. And there was no federal deposit insurance back then. So if you had your life savings in your local bank that you spent 20, 30 years accumulating, your nest egg for your retirement, and you go to the bank the next day and it's shuttered closed, the bank had failed. You were wiped out. 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. I mean, it was economic devastation that this country had not seen since the Civil War. you had those families that had their money in banks that had not yet failed who were terrified. My bank could be next. So a lot of these people began pulling their money out of the banks, and with that paper money, they began to buy United States gold coins. Understandably, throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always had a special value. You go back to the ancient Egyptians, 2500, 3000 BC. They believed gold was the flesh from their sun god and that it was indestructible. So you had all these Americans buying gold coins because they knew the gold would have some value. That paper money, who knows what it would be worth in 6 months or a year. Well, this action by all these citizens put additional stress on our already fragile, crumbling banking system. So early in 1933, it was in April, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, back then, gold was worth about $20 an ounce. That's why the $10 Eagle was worth $10. It had about a half an ounce of gold. So that means you could not own more than 10 of those coins. If you had over 10 examples, if you had more than 10 coins, more than $100 worth of gold, you had to turn it into the Treasury. And what did the Treasury do with all those gold coins turned into them? Well, they melted them back into bullion bars, folks. And of all the denominations, the $10 Eagles were the denomination most heavily melted down. You look at this chart, it's astounding. Rare gold coins that no longer exist, almost half of all the $10 Eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars. Think about that. The 1900p, the original mintage, was only 293,000 coins. I mean, even if a third of those were melted down and not half, you'd have survivors, less than 200,000 survivors. I mean, this coin is rare in any condition, folks. And here we have examples that rank among the finest known. How did we get these coins? Well, that's the best part of this story. This is the best part of all. It's so improbable. It's such an amazing story. It truly is a Halley's Comet event, except that Halley's Comet comes by every 70 plus years or so. This will never happen again, folks. Once these are gone, that will be it. Turns out that there are a lot of citizens and institutions who said to themselves, okay, it's illegal for me to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. If I do own over $100 worth of gold and I'm caught owning over $100 worth of gold, there's a severe penalty. Executive Order 6102 said that if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced 10 years imprisonment or $10,000 fine or both. And it was enforced, folks. So you had these citizens who were caught between a rock and a hard place. They could keep their money in the bank and risk total bank failure and being wiped out. They could risk owning over $100 worth of gold and getting caught and going to prison. But there was a third option. And a lot of people and institutions took advantage of it. There was nothing in Executive Order 6102 that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. And so, while it was still legal to own, they shipped bags of these gold coins to banks in Europe. A lot of them were banks in France. This is one of those bags from those banks, folks, that have been sitting in a vault for about 80 years. Most of the gold shipped to those European banks were the largest gold coins, the double eagles. That's why when you look at that population comparing the 1900p, then the $20 and the $10, well, again, they struck more $20 1900ps than $10 1900ps. But still, the number surviving, much smaller than the mintage would indicate. Only 3,200 examples in 6.3 condition. We have over 100 of those today for you, folks. And here's the best part of all. This is absolutely the perfect time to buy rare United States gold. Never before has the premium for for rare United States gold been as small as it is today. To rephrase that, there was an article came out not very long ago titled, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're referring to the most common gold. For example, the 1900p $20 Liberty. That's pretty common. Much easier to find than the $10 Liberty. It's generic gold. But here's the key sentence. Here's the takeaway from this article. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. When they say spot, what they mean is the price of gold per ounce. And what they're referring to, I'll give you my own personal example, my own personal experience. I remember decades ago when gold was somewhere between $300 and $400 an ounce. And I had a common date gold double eagle. And it was mint state 63 condition. And I sold it to a dealer for $3,500. Back when gold was between $300 and $400 an ounce. In other words, I sold him that MS-63 gold coin for 10 times the gold value. That was the premium for numismatic gold coins in mint state condition. Now today, gold is around $1,800 an ounce. And again, this has just about a half an ounce of gold in it, about $900 worth of gold alone. And yet the premium, so small, folks. I mean, these coins, they are so rare, rare in any condition. Tremendous, tremendous rarity, and they're among the finest known. Smithsonian quality. I've got these coins today, not based on what the market will bear, they're based on our cost. We got an original group of these coins in a bag out of the great European gold hoard. Most of the gold coins coming out of that hoard in Europe were double eagles. Rarely did you find eagles. This is the only time we have seen 1900p eagles. This extremely rare, low mintage date, and we have among the finest specimens from that bag. We don't have them for $5,900 or $4,900 or $3,900. Now, $2,900 would be a really good price, but it wouldn't be our best price. Again, the price is not based on what the market will bear, it's based on our costs. We got a great, great deal when we bought the entire bag out of this bank in Europe, folks. We have these coins today, not for $2,900. While we have them, it's while we have them, folks. Once these are gone, that'll be it. Because again, this is one of those coins, the rare, rare gold eagles we've never had before in this condition. While we have them, 1900p Smithsonian quality, mint state 63, not $2,900 or $24.95 or $22.95. Again, about a half an ounce of gold, around $900 in gold value alone, among the finest known, $1,995 a coin. $1,995 a coin. For a 1900p, $10 Liberty Eagle, struck in 1900, only 293,840 originally minted. A large percentage of them melted down. The vast majority went into commerce. They were spent. These coins never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. These coins went into a bag, were shipped to a bank in Europe. They've been sitting in that bank for 80-some years, and these are among the finest specimens from that bag in mint state 63 condition. And we've got them for 2 easy payments, folks, of $997.50.
This is a great opportunity to take advantage of a piece of American history. These early American gold eagles. 1933 was the last year the United States Mint struck gold for commerce. Can you imagine back then actually having gold coins in your pocket? That's what people used to buy things with back then. And the 1900p, this low mintage issue, to have one in Mint State 63 condition at this moment in time, it's such a great opportunity. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a coin that will be very, very good to you. In the condition we have these in, again, they're Smithsonian quality. The Smithsonian is the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. You go to the Smithsonian and you look at their 1900p $10 eagle. It's a Mint State 63. This is a coin which will give you endless hours of viewing pleasure. You can share with your friends, your kids, your grandkids. Pass on to your children and your grandchildren. This is the kind of coin, this piece of American history, this national treasure that you want to keep in your family, folks. This is a coin that will be very, very good to you. Thank you for watching.
Coin.
Morgan silver dollars,
Buffalo nickels.
American Silver Eagles.
Lincoln Wheaties,
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty quarters.
Franklin half dollars,
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars,
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas.
Steel cent,
Liberty Head and St. Gaudens double eagles.
Eisenhower dollars,
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars, coins from the screw press era.
Cap bust halves.
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick, James, and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
I have a magnificent 25 coin Morgan dollar collection in superb Mint State 63 condition. This could be the finest Morgan dollar collection that has ever been offered on Coin TV. I have specialized in Morgan dollars for over 35 years. During that time, I have helped my clients assemble many of the finest Morgan dollar collections in existence, acknowledged so by leading independent grading services like NGC. Here's one of the awards that one of my clients received in 2006 for the finest proof Morgan dollar collection, the #1 ranked proof Morgan dollar collection. And in fact, I have a picture of one of those coins from that collection right over here to my right. It's the finest known 1892 Morgan dollar. This is what I do, folks. It's about helping you assemble the collection of your dreams. And today I have a collection of Morgan dollars I have never been able to offer in the history of our show. You won't find this collection anywhere else. Why? Because it's simply too much time and labor involved in assembling just one of these collections. But Jack and I, we're the coin guys. We love United States rare coins. We're collectors. So for us, it's a labor of love. This is a phenomenal collection, folks. Now, there are approximately 100 different dates and mint marks in the entire Morgan dollar series. And the Morgan dollars were first struck in 1878, last struck in 1921. Now think about that, 1878. We were a much different country in 1878. We weren't 50 states. In fact, here is how a map of the United States looked in 1878. The population of our country was about 50 million people back then versus about 350 million today. The Morgan Dollar series is part of the Old West, where people on the East Coast typically used paper dollars for their purchases. Folks in the Old West liked their silver dollars. These big, beautiful, and very old silver dollars. I've always loved superb Morgan dollars. They're almost magical. But there is that key phrase, superb Morgan dollars, because hundreds of millions of Morgan dollars were struck, but very few have survived in superb uncirculated condition. In other words, despite being well over 100 years old, there are some Morgan dollars that never went into circulation. They were never spent. They never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. Again, there are approximately 100 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan Dollar series. And if you were to acquire every date and mint mark in superb, uncirculated, mint state 63 condition, a complete set of those Morgan dollars would cost you in the neighborhood of at least $1 million. And that is being conservative. MS-63 is exceptional quality for a silver dollar of this early vintage. It is in this uncirculated grade that Morgan dollars become extremely elusive and are most desirable. And MS-63 is the quality that I am offering you today in this fabulous 25 coin collection. Look at these, every single example, 25 different Morgan dates and mint marks, every one in superb mint state 63 condition. This is where Morgan dollars have tremendous condition rarity. They are rare in this condition. This is a set, folks, in this condition that's getting you started off on the right foot. That's what I do for my clients, offering you the most value, even more importantly, more future potential for your hard-earned dollar. This Morgan Dollar collection offers tremendous amount of condition rarity for the lowest possible cost. The first coin in the set, 1879 S, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. You can tell it was struck in San Francisco because at 6 o'clock below the eagle's tail feathers, you'll see that S mint mark between the D and O in dollar, the San Francisco mint mark. Now look at this coin, folks. Such superb condition, so few marks, so near perfection. It's stunning. The second coin, 1880, also struck in San Francisco. And then the third coin in the set, the 1881, struck in San Francisco. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant 1881. It looks like it was struck yesterday, folks. And here the coin is 140 years old. Never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. Amazing. And here's an 1882 that was struck in Philadelphia. Now, when you flip it over, you won't find any mint mark. There is not a P for the Philadelphia Mint. Philadelphia did not use a mint mark in those early years. So if you found a coin without a mint mark, it means it was struck in Philadelphia. And then the next coin, 1882, that was struck in San Francisco. Again, beautiful luster. So few marks. These coins, folks, were struck, ejected into bins. They would go through coin counting machines, dumped into bags. To survive in this condition is miraculous. 1883-0, struck in New Orleans, a branch mint, folks. The New Orleans Mint, originally built in the 1830s. And there you see the coveted O mint mark at the bottom at 6 o'clock for New Orleans. The next coin we have, 1884, also struck in New Orleans. Again, every coin mint state 63. and in 1885 struck in Philadelphia. Then we go to the second row, folks. Every coin hand-selected by Jack and myself for having exceptional quality and eye appeal for the date. Here's an 1885, struck in New Orleans. 1886, Philadelphia. 1887, Philadelphia. Again, we've got approximately 25% of the entire Morgan Dollar series right here. Talk about getting started off on the right foot in such superb Mint State 63 condition. This is a tough date, folks. And in a few minutes, I'm going to show you the rarity of these coins in Mint State 63. 1889, another very, very tough date. 1890, extremely elusive in beautiful Mint State 63. 1896, Philadelphia Mint. And in Mint State 63, this is the rarest coin of all, the 1897. Only around 7,300 examples certified in Mint State 63 by NGC, folks. Extremely rare. And then you have an 1898, also struck in Philadelphia. And then we get to the bottom row, beginning with another New Orleans minted coin, the 1898. Beautiful strike, beautiful luster, so few marks. And then a very, very difficult coin, 1899 New Orleans minted Morgan Dollar. And then 1900p. 1900p, a very popular issue, very, very difficult coin to find in Mint State 63. And almost its twin in terms of rarity, the 1900 struck in New Orleans. And the rarest New Orleans minted coin of all in Mint State 63, this 19010. Following it up, the 19020. These New Orleans minted coins, folks, are so popular among Morgan Dollar collectors. The last year Morgan Dollars were struck at the New Orleans Mint was this 19040. And then the last year that Morgan Dollar was struck, 1921. Here's a beautiful 1921 Mint State 63. $25 different Morgan Dollar dates and mint marks. 25% of the entire Morgan series. Every coin in exceptional, conditionally rare, Mint State 63 condition. I have completed a limited number of these collections, folks, with a lot of help from our friends. Again, Morgan Dollars are all about condition rarity because almost all Morgan Dollars were heavily used in commerce. I have a great example right here. Here's an 1886 Morgan Dollar I picked up in a coin shop for about $35. Now, here's an original mint bag. What's most interesting, folks, is that if I had an original mint bag of 1,000 of these 1886 Morgan Dollars in this condition, at $35 a coin, that comes to about $35,000. But if this were an original mint bag with 1886 Morgan Dollars in the bag, just they had left the New Orleans Mint, coins that had never been in circulation. An 1886-0 in mint state 63 uncirculated condition is about a $10,000 coin. In other words, this bag would be valued in the millions of dollars if those 86-0s were uncirculated mint state 63 coins. Morgan dollars are all about condition rarity. Over the entirety of the Morgan dollar series, as you can see from this chart, the mint struck over 650 million Morgan dollars. Now, they melted around 270 million down during the Pittman Act in 1918, but that still left well over 300 million Morgan dollars. But of those in uncirculated mint state condition, mint state being mint state 60 and higher grade, there's only 6.5 million coins for the entire series. That's 1.7% of the entire mintage. Less than 2% of the original mintage. But that's for all uncirculated Morgan dollars in all uncirculated grades. Now, if you're new to numismatics, coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a coin so heavily circulated one can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which is a coin that's perfect under high magnification. An uncirculated coin will grade at least 60. This is a coin that has never been in circulation and has no circulation wear, but has numerous marks on its surface. So, for example, in our imaginary bag of uncirculated 1886-0 Morgan dollars, the coins with the most numerous heavy marks on their surfaces would grade MS-60. They would be the lowest quality coins in the bag. A majority of the bag of 1,000 of our imaginary 1886-0 Morgan dollars would grade MS-60, MS-61, MS-62. When one understands how Morgan dollars were minted, it's a miracle, folks, that every coin in an original bag over 100 years old isn't an MS-60. Consider the process. Silver coin blanks would be fed into a steam press. They would be struck once and ejected into a bin. The ejected Morgan dollar, which only a second ago was a coin blank and is now a flawless Morgan dollar, then falls into a bin onto another Morgan dollar. The next Morgan dollar struck falls on top of it. You can imagine the marks that would accumulate on these coins just from the limited time spent in this bin, constantly abrading with other Morgan dollars. But we're not done. In fact, we are far from done. That's only step 1. These coins then go through coin counting machines, developing more nicks and scratches, and eventually they are dumped into bags of 500 or 1,000, just like the bag I have in my hand. And then imagine one of these bags being thrown onto a train to be shipped cross-country to one of the banks. Now, a bag of 1,000 Morgan dollars would take up a space a little bit larger than a bowling ball. And a bowling ball is pretty heavy, it's 16 pounds. But a bag of Morgan dollars weighs almost 60 pounds. Imagine those 60-pound bags jumbling on a train for hundreds, maybe thousands of miles, all the while shuffling, grinding against each other. You might as well put the coins in a dryer and put it on spin dry for an hour. Now here we have the condition rarity chart for our condition rarity collection, folks. These are the most common coins in the collection in mint state 63, and even these have a lot of condition rarity, fewer than 100,000 certified in mint state 63 condition. The 84-0 is the most common. Even though almost 10 million were struck, only 98,000 have survived in mint state 63, graded by NGC. But look how quickly the numbers declined.
You get to the bottom of a page, the 19040 is about half that number, only 50,000 coins. And these are the most common dates in this set. Now we get to the second page. Below 50,000, but greater than 20,000. Beginning with the 1886P. How quickly they decline. The 1889P, which I had mentioned earlier as being a really tough date, only 27,000 coins. And we talked about those 98Os and 99Os, only 22,000 of the 99Os. These are the scarce dates in this set. But we're not done yet, because then we get to page 3, where we have condition rarities below 20,000. Dates like the 1888P at the top of the page, 19,800 coins. The 1882S, another O mint, that 1900O. And then that 1901O I mentioned as being the rarest New Orleans mint coin in Mint State 63 in the set, only 14,000 coins. All the coins that you see highlighted in bold, in blue and red, are the coins that you are receiving in this collection. At the very bottom, the 1900P and that 1890P, just over 10,000 coins surviving out of an original mintage of over 16 million originally struck. That's it, 10,900 coins rated by NGC. But we're not done yet, folks, because then, as a bonus, we've got these extremely scarce dates that Jack and I were able to include in this set. It's a miracle, folks. I mean, to have 3 dates, the 1882P, the 1898P, and the 1897P. These coins are so elusive. You get to these very scarce and extremely scarce coins, folks, so few have survived in this exceptional Mint State 63 condition with so few marks. These coins are so special. Now, the coins we have in this collection today, here's a few dealer offers on some of the pieces that we have today. Here's an 1884O. That's a pretty good price. It's only $250. Here's an 1898O in MS63 for about $387. Let's round it to $380. Here's an 1886P in MS62 for $500. Here's an 1888P in Mint State 63, sold in auction for $460. Here's an 1885P, Mint State 63, over $1,000. We'll just round it to $1,000. Here's an 1887P, not a rare date in this set, but over $1,100. Again, a more common date in this set, still over $850 for an 1896P. One of the tougher dates that we have in this set, an 1890P, and this dealer wants almost $1,800. We'll just round it to $1,700. And then you've got an 1885O, one of the more common dates in this set, over $2,200. And the last coin we have, an 1883O, again, one of the more common dates in the set, Mint State 63, over $2,700. Folks, you add those 10 dates up. Again, this is a 25 coin set, but you add those 10 dates up, that comes to over $11,000. And that did not include many of the rare dates in this set. Now, our goal was to offer a 25 coin collection of superb Mint State 63 Morgan dollars, but to do it for under $10,000. That would be less than $400 a coin. $400 a coin was our goal. But we put in the work. We've assembled a limited number of these sets, folks. And we have these sets not based on what the market will bear, but based on our cost, folks. We knocked it out of the park. We have a limited number of these sets available today for only $159 a coin. $3,995 for the complete, superb Mint State 63 Morgan dollar collection, folks. Never in the history of Coin TV has a set like this ever been offered in this condition. 25 different coins, 25 different Morgan dollars, different dates and mint marks, all for $3,995, $159.80 a coin. It is available on the 2-payment option. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, put half down of only $1,997.50. We'll hold one of these sets for you, and you pay the balance in 30 days. That is so very, very important, because we've had these kinds of offers in the past. They've been so popular. We would sell out of these sets, and we can then no longer replace them at the original price we offered them at. So if you call in a few weeks from now, we don't have them, we can't offer them for $39.95, folks. This is a limited time offer. Jack and I put a small number of these sets together, and we're thrilled to be able to offer them at such a collector-friendly price. This is a set that you put away for yourself, your kids, your grandkids. This is a keepsake, folks. This is the great silver dollar series in all of U.S. numismatics, the Morgan Dollar Series, a series of silver dollars from the Old West, struck in mints from San Francisco, New Orleans, Philadelphia. The earliest date struck in 1879, the last year of the series, 1921. Every coin, beautiful, mint state 63. So much eye appeal, so much quality, so much condition rarity at such a great collector-friendly price. These 90% silver Morgan dollars, folks, in such superb condition. You take a look at one of these. Here's an 1898, mint state 63, so conservatively graded. We get a hand shot on this. How does a coin this size survive in this condition, knowing that they were dumped into bins, they went through coin counting machines, they were dumped into bags? How does it survive so near mark free? Well, the answer is very few did. And that's why these are so special, because very few did. These are among the few that we have for you today, folks, for only $159.80 a coin. The coin right next to it, the rarest coin in the set in mint state 63, only around 7,400 graded. So rare. Look at this spectacular specimen. It looks like it was just struck from the die. It was ejected from the die. Somehow somebody caught it and managed to keep it almost flawless as the moment it was struck. Beautiful luster, full strike, a magnificent specimen of this key date in the series, the 1897, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Full strike, every detail fully struck up as the mint intended. And this could be all yours for only 2 payments of $1,997.50. My goal in putting this set together is to get you started off on the right foot. I have been building Morgan dollar collections like this now for decades, folks. And to be able to put a 25 coin set like this together, 25% of the entire series, for only $159.80 a coin, you're getting so much eye appeal, so much quality, so much rarity, so much value, and most importantly, so much future potential. Morgan dollars, folks, can be very, very expensive in mint state 63. Here's an 1893S. This is what an 1893S goes for in mint state 63, over $300,000. This is the place to start with the collection I have for you today. Think about this magnificent 25 coin collection in mint state 63 at such a collector-friendly price, folks. This is a set that's a family heirloom. It's part of our history that you want to pass down to your kids and your grandkids. This is a keepsake, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a really, really special opportunity that we have here on Rare Collectibles TV. A magnificent Mint State 63 Morgan Dollar Collection, 25 coins, available for only 2 payments of $1,997.50 on this limited basis, folks. This is a limited time offer. Thank you for watching. I've got something you've never seen before on TV. This is a rare coin show, folks. And I've watched a lot of rare coin shows over the years, over the last 30 years. And we've had some of the most amazing rare gold coins in the 7+ year history of our show that no other show has ever been able to offer. We have had rare gold coins that could not even be found in the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian is the home of the greatest United States coin collection in the world. And we've had some gold coins that were superior to examples in the Smithsonian. And we have been most fortunate to be able to offer you such amazing coins at such great collector-friendly prices. And today I've got a $5 half eagle that we've never been able to offer before. It's extremely rare. Extremely rare. It's the last year of the Liberty Half Eagle series. The Liberty Half Eagle series was struck from 1839 to 1908. What we have today is the 1908 Liberty Half Eagle. It's a $5 gold piece. It's called a half eagle because up until 1850, the $10 gold piece was the largest gold coin struck for commerce. A $10 gold piece had about a half an ounce of gold. And gold back then was worth about $20 an ounce. So the eagle, with a half an ounce of gold, was valued at $10. The half eagle was the next denomination down with about a quarter ounce of gold. And we have these 1908s, folks. They're among the finest known. It's the 1908, the last year of the Liberty $5 Half Eagle series, in Mint State 63 condition. These coins really should not exist in the condition we have them in. Very few were struck. The total mintage, folks, they only struck around 421,000 coins. Back in 1908, 421,000 coins, that's it. These coins were struck for commerce. They were struck for commerce. They were used as spending money. To be graded Mint State 63. Mint State 63 means these coins never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. They lived their lives basically in the original mint bag when it was released from the Philadelphia Mint. Here is one of those bags that we have on our show today. These 1908s, ironically, only exist in part because of the Great Depression. The Great Depression, it was an economic disaster for our country. Really the worst calamity that hit our country since the Civil War. It was estimated that in 1933 alone, folks, there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Unemployment was around 25, 30%, and then you had all these bank failures.
Can you imagine? You had your life savings in a bank, 20, 30 years of your life savings that you had accumulated in the bank for your retirement, your nest egg. And you go to the bank the next day and it's shuttered closed. The bank had failed. And there was no federal deposit insurance back then to guarantee your money. You were wiped out. There were 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. That's about 10 bank failures a day. Now, you had a lot of people who were terrified, who had their money in banks that had not yet failed, terrified that their bank would be next. So what did they do? Well, they used a little common sense. They said, you know, my bank could be next. They began pulling their money out of their banks. And with that money, that paper money, they began to buy gold coins. Because when you look throughout human history, folks, across cultures, even going back to the ancient Egyptians, 2500, 3000 BC, gold has always had value. The ancient Egyptians believed gold was the flesh from their sun god and that it was indestructible. So gold was about the only thing a lot of people felt that they could count on. Our economy could go down the tubes. Paper money could become worthless. But they knew that gold would always have value. So you had a lot of people pulling their money out of the banks to buy gold coins. And I think, folks, if I had been in their position back then, I would have done the same thing. Well, this created additional stress on our banking system. And so in April of 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102 that made it criminal to own over $100 worth of gold. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced 10 years imprisonment, a $10,000 fine, or both. Well, you really put people between a rock and a hard place when he passed that executive order. Because, okay, they could keep their money in the bank and risk that bank failing and being wiped out. Or they could take that money and buy some gold coins for their security, but then risk going to prison. Well, there was a third option, and a lot of people took it. There's nothing in the executive order that said you couldn't own gold in another country. Before that legislation took effect, a lot of people started buying gold coins, and they would have them shipped to banks in Europe. Now, as far as all that gold that had been turned in by citizens back to the government, returned to the Treasury, what did the Treasury do with all that gold? Well, they proceeded to melt all those gold coins back down into gold bullion bars. Of the $5 half eagles, folks, fully 1/3 of all the $5 half eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars, gone forever. And here you had the 1908 with the original mintage of only 421,000. A lot of those coins went into circulation. A lot of them were melted down. But then there were a handful of bags, or original bags, that were shipped to banks in Europe. And they've been sitting in those banks since the early 1930s. And a couple of those bags recently came out, folks. And we have selected some of the finest 1908 $5 gold pieces from those bags. They're Mint State 63. Now, what does that mean? if you're new to collecting, what does Mint State 63 mean? Why is that so important? Well, coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading scale. The lowest possible grade is a 1. That would be a coin that's very heavily worn. You could barely read the date. It's like a slug, basically. Barely readable. At the other extreme, you have a 70, the highest possible grade. A 70 represents perfection under high magnification. Now, it's important to know that when you're talking about United States coins struck before 1960, of the billions and billions and billions of United States coins struck before 1960, PCGS or NGC has never graded a coin in 70. Essentially, they don't exist. So you go up the grading scale, the higher the number, the less the wear on the coin, the better the condition, until you get to 60. 60 represents the minimal grade for a coin that has never been in circulation. In other words, it's never seen the bottom of a cash drawer. But it's in the worst possible condition for being an uncirculated coin. In other words, when you get this bag, imagine this bag filled with $5 half eagles. When these coins were originally struck, they're ejected from the coin press. They fall into bins. One coin falls on top of another. They go through coin counting machines, and then they're dumped into these bags. They're thrown on trains to be shipped to banks throughout the country. So when you get one of these bags and you get the coins out of the bags, all the coins will have marks. It's just a question of how many marks. And the coins with the most marks, the heaviest marks, will grade MS60. They're uncirculated, but they're in the worst condition for an uncirculated coin. And then a grade point up, you get 61s. And those are coins that have fewer marks than the 60s. And then you get to 62, where you get some pretty choice coins. 63 is exceptional. Folks, I'd like you to take a look at this chart comparing the 1908 $20 St. Gaudens to the 1908p half eagles that we have today. We've offered the 1908p St. Gaudens before in Mint State 63 condition. It's an exceptional grade for St. Gaudens. And you can see from the chart, the total number graded are only 109,000 coins for the St. Gaudens. But look at the 1908p half eagle, the Liberty half eagle. Only 3,700 coins. It's about 30 times rarer in Mint State 63 condition. It's extremely rare. Again, it's among the finest known. So we've got these MS63 coins. Let's get a hand shot of one of these, folks. These coins are amazing. So few marks. Struck over 100 years ago. And we have them today at a truly collector-friendly price. Look at this coin. I mean, it was struck, dumped into a bin. Only the fact that it was sitting idle in a vault for 80 years. It's the only reason that you see this coin in the condition we have it in today. It's a freak. It should not exist. It's almost like a supernatural event. It's just an extraordinary, once-in-a-lifetime event. This European bank hoard, this gold hoard of United States coins, struck in the U.S. and shipped to these banks in the early 1930s. And to get the 1908 $5, it is so rare. It's the only time anyone has ever offered these coins in this condition, in the quantity we have them, folks. We have nearly 100 examples. And here is the best part of all. It's this window of opportunity, this moment in time. This is something I've been telling our viewers now for the last couple years. And there was an article that it was almost as if the author was watching my show. Because the title of the article says, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, by generic gold, what they're referring to is the most common kinds of gold. For example, that 1908 $20 St. Gaudens. Very common, over 100,000 graded in 6.3. It's rare, but at the same time, for a $20 gold piece, it's among the most common. But then you look at this 1908P Half Eagle, only 3,700 coins. It is far more elusive, far rarer than that St. Gaudens. But here's the really important paragraph from the whole article. It's actually just one sentence. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. Now, they say pre-1933 because 1933 was the last year the United States Mint struck gold coins to be used for commerce. They haven't struck gold coins for commerce since 1933. Spot means the value of gold per ounce. And right now, gold per ounce is worth about $1,800. So when they say that there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot, what they mean is that the premium for rare gold coins has never been as small as it is today. I'll give you one personal example. I had this common date gold double eagle. It was about 20 years ago when gold was around $350 an ounce. And it was an MS-63 common date. And I remember selling it to a dealer for $3,500. Now again, gold was about $350 an ounce. So I sold it to this dealer for about 10 times the gold value. Now today we have gold at around $1,800 an ounce. 10 times the gold value would be $18,000. I've got these coins, folks. The key to our success. We have these coins based not on what the market will bear. We have them based on our cost. This is a coin that at $2,900, with gold at around $1,800 an ounce, there's about a quarter ounce of gold in this coin. You've got about $450 worth of gold value alone in this coin. $2,900, that would be a reasonable price. $1,900 would be an excellent price. At $1,495, this is a great price. With about $450 worth of gold, this rare 1908 $5 Liberty Half Eagle, the last year of the Liberty Half Eagle series, struck from 1839 to 1908. $1,495 is a great price. However, it's not our best price. It's not a price based on our cost. Folks, while we have these, again, while we have these from these couple bags, this limited supply, call in now. You can own this stunning Mint State 63, among the finest known, only around 3,700 examples graded. $1,195 for two payments of $597.50. Half down today of $597.50 and the balance in 30 days. In other words, $1,195. What I really would like you to understand is the tremendous window of opportunity that we have right now when we can buy something this extraordinary, a $5 gold piece, this rare, at this great collector-friendly price. Folks, once these are gone, that'll be it. Like many of our gold presentations, and many of our silver dollar presentations, and many of our Franklin presentations, where we've had some extraordinary coins for a limited time. Once they were gone, That was it. We were never able to offer them again at that price because we got them from this one collection. We got this incredible collection, and once the coins from that collection were gone, that's it. We couldn't replace them at that price. To give you really the best example of what a great opportunity I have for you today, I have this comparison. I love it to compare it to the 1893S Morgan dollar, which is the rarest Morgan dollar in the entire Morgan dollar series. The 1893S is a rare coin in any condition. They only struck about 100,000 examples, but to find one in even heavily worn condition, they're worth a lot of money. PCGS and NGC combined have only graded about 10,700 pieces. At the same time, the 1908P Half Eagle, they've only graded 7,900 pieces. Now, there's, of course, some other Half Eagles out there, some other 08Ps, but the fact is, it is a very, very rare coin. Now, if you can go on eBay, you could find literally dozens and dozens of 93S Morgan dollars in various grades. Here's one heavily worn, it's cleaned. In other words, it's a damaged coin, and it's $8,000. If you really want a better example, here's one almost uncirculated. It's over $100,000. Here's my point. It would be very easy for me to fill this stand with circulated 93S Morgan dollars. I could get about, fit about 40 on this stand, and they'd be priced between $5,000 and $15,000. Be pretty easy for me to do that. But you would be buying coins that are replaceable. In other words, 5 years from now, I could make the same presentation, offer the same coins, and you'd be getting them probably at about the same price. I can't say that about these 1908P $5 Liberty Half Eagles in Mid-State 63. This is the only time I've been able to offer them, probably the only time I ever will. And to be able to offer them for only $11.95, to be able to offer them for 2 payments of $597.50. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These coins are irreplaceable at this price. Just recently, folks, a new record was set for a United States gold coin. This would happen to be a double eagle, 1933 double eagle. The previous record for a 1933 double eagle was something on the order of $7 million. This coin came into an auction recently. The auction house expected the coin to sell for something between $10 and $15 million. Again, remember earlier when it was previously on the market, it sold for around $7 million. The coin sold for a record-setting $18.9 million. Rare United States gold coins. Now, of course, this 1908P $5 Liberty is not as rare as that 1933. But then again, it's not selling for $18.9 million or $1 million or $500,000 or even $10,000. It's selling for $1,195. It's a great coin. I hope you can take advantage of this offer. This is something, an opportunity where we got some great coins out of the great European bank hoard, some of the finest 1908s out of those bags that we're offering you today for such a collector-friendly price. A coin you can pass down to your kids, your grandkids. This is the kind of coin you want to keep in your family. This is the kind of coin that will be very, very good to you and your family. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
Silver dollar that is soon to be released, and we're going to give everybody an opportunity to get in on the brand new U.S. Silver Eagle dollar. I'm going to tell you all about it in a second, but this is the very first one in a new series. The series of Type 2 American Silver Eagle dollars is about to be issued by the United States Mint. And we are giving everybody, as I said, an opportunity to get in on this deal before we even get the coins. So you're going to be first in line. You're going to be guaranteed to get an absolute perfect mint condition coin, certified. Now, let me tell you, this is a transition year for the United States Silver Eagle. And what that means is 2021 saw 2 issues of this great silver dollar. The first one was a continuance of the original Type 1 series, which began in 1986 and ended midway through this year of 2021, known as the Type 1s. The second issue is the brand new Type 2. Now, each one of these coins has the same obverse made famous by Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar, struck between 1916 and 1947. That's the obverse design you see there of Liberty striding forward. And on the reverse, you see right there, Emily Damstra's classic, instant classic, eagle about to land in the nest and with the oak branch in its talons. This is a big year for the silver dollar. This is a proof coin. This is a collector's version, and the only way for us to get this coin, for you to get this coin, is to individually order them from the U.S. Mint. But alas, they're all sold out. How do you do it? This is how we do it. Guaranteed to be the highest grade. Now, before we really get into it, I want to lay a little groundwork for this series. Ronald Reagan, we're going to go way back in time. It's 1985. Ronald Reagan is just beginning his second term as President of the United States. And Ronald Reagan signed into law in 1985 the Liberty Coin Act. It's called the Liberty Coin Act because it was really authorizing the United States to issue a brand new silver dollar to honor the 100th anniversary of the Statue of Liberty, 1986. But as an addendum to that bill, Reagan signed into law authorizing the Treasury to begin striking a new silver dollar. But not just a new silver dollar, to begin a new series of silver dollars. So it began in 1986. And in order to ensure that this silver dollar was going to be accepted and a success, one of the ultimate designs of Liberty was chosen. Now, a lot of people don't know this kind of little-known fact. John Mercanti, when he began work on this new silver dollar in 1985, he also upgraded, he uplifted the obverse. So he did a lot of re-engraving and a lot of bringing out the detail in the dies that you would never see on a traditional Walking Liberty half dollar, a coin that was originally struck for commerce. This being the largest silver dollar the United States of America ever issued, he really had the opportunity to display the Walking Liberty figure in a way that you would never see on a Walking Liberty half dollar. And his reverse was a tribute to the heraldic eagle reverse. So that gives us history from 1986 to 2021 of the Type 1s. But this presentation is all about the brand new Type 2, the coin that's replacing John Mercanti's amazing heraldic eagle reverse with a classic, an instant classic reverse that is done by an artist by the name of Emily Damstra. And she is actually, at this stage of the game, she's world famous. She's a naturalist. She, from a very young age, just as a little girl, observed nature, had a free rein from her parents to practice her art, and became so enamored with the natural world that she began to produce works of art that featured all different forms of animals. So it's kind of a natural that she was chosen to render the new design for the reverse of this classic silver dollar that had been in production since 1986. Emily was actually a guest on this show, and she talked about just that, about a love for nature, about really kind of a knack for getting the descriptions, the artistic descriptions of so many animals. She has done over 40 designs, and she's done designs for the Royal Canadian Mint. She has now had the opportunity as the artist contributing a brand new reverse to a silver dollar that has already gone down in history as the most popular silver dollar this country has ever issued. Now, it's important because the Type 1 proof version, the collector's version of this coin, sold out in mere minutes at the U.S. Mint. And the mintage of that coin was 327,000. It was darn low mintage. We all know that in a transition year when there was so little time to produce this new Type 2 coin, we don't know what the vintage is going to be yet, but we can anticipate that it is going to be so eagerly received that its sellout will equal the Type 1. We are here right now, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you this coin, and here's the guarantee. And look at that design, and in a minute we're going to get into why this design has become the instant classic that it is, because of the way it was rendered and all that it conveys is really surprising. But first, this coin in the highest grade attainable is never a guarantee. As a matter of fact, it's very rare for any one of these silver dollars to grade in a perfect grade. And when we look at the whole history of the series, what we see is that it's always a very small percentage of the entire mintage that's able to be graded by a third-party grading service. A perfect grade. I had to say that 3 times because Proof 70 Deep Cameo is the highest designation any coin can achieve. And it's a first strike. Struck at the West Point Mint. A Proof 70 DCAM stands for Deep Cameo. And that's that amazing black and white contrast that you will see on your coin when you get it in hand. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pre-sale. The coins have yet to arrive, and here's the greatest part about it. Though in a perfect grade they certify in the minority of coins, everybody answering the call right now is going to be guaranteed to get the absolute highest grade attainable. Now, we've done a lot of checking, and I got to tell you, the Type 1s are already cresting $500 and going to the stratosphere. And I expect nothing less than the same thing for this coin. And I want to tell you right now, please get to the phone early. This is a pre-sale, but I want to make sure that everybody who wants one gets a perfect graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo Type 2. And not for $550 or $600 or $800.